All right, all right, all right. Welcome back to the True Crime Cafe. Guys, we're heading back over to Idaho once again. And we're going to be talking about questions answered and more. This was an idea one of the subscribers had about a show we should have it in regards to Idaho. So that's where we're headed and what we're doing, and then some. So come on in, grab a seat, get comfortable, and let's do this thing. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Hello and welcome back, everybody. Here we are again. Thank you guys so much for joining us again today here at the cafe as we hop on back into the Idaho 4 case. With everything going on, it's become greatly much more talked about recently, and quite a bit here as always with this amazing community and its amazing peeps. So thank you guys for joining us. I did pin the link to the top of the chat again for anybody that wants to join us. This is an open panel discussion, as we all will be able to express our thoughts, feelings, opinions, and as always, everybody will be treated with respect and react with respect as well, guys. That's all we ask. So thank you. My moderators will be treated that way as well. Please make sure to respect their what they do with their thoughts on things and how they react to different uh, statements that are made. Um, that is all we ask in here, and that's truly it. So give it just a minute for you guys to pop on in here, and we'll be right back with you. Hoobity dooby doo, come on in and grab a seat. Who we got in here with us so far? Let's see. Sassy Cassie, Miss Rowena, Willard with the Truth Nation Uncensored. Great to see you back, buddy. Christy Nevada, welcome back to you. Miss Nellie B. Eddie is in the house. Welcome back, Eddie. Good to see you. Alicia J. Welcome back to you. Ida Toes, welcome back to you. Let's see here. Tomboy Charm, welcome back. Flying in on the bird. Becky Schreider, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Outcast is in the house. What's going on tonight, brother? Good to see you. Yvonne Poole, welcome back to you. Dagburn, Johnny Gobbles, Dead Floozy Mama's in the house. Always a pleasure to see you. Just so I can say your name. Let me see here. Karma Police is in the house. Everybody make sure you behave. RC3, welcome back. Great to see you guys. Always a pleasure to have everybody in here. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Where are we at? Where are we at? Where are we at? Brandy B, the OG. Welcome back to you, Miss Brandy. Marianne Craw, great to have you here, guys. Share this out, please, if you will. Make sure you hit that like button when you come through the door, so we can get this in the algorithm where we got to get it. We got 58 peeps in the house with 39 likes. We're catching up, and I appreciate it very, very much. Once we get everything solid in here, guys, we can start bringing people up here and start making some questions for sure. Ooh, it's raining over there in the UK. I see. I'm sorry to hear that, Nelly. My apologies. Anina B, good to see you, Anina. Thank you for joining us. Great to have you here, Anina. Welcome, Willard. Thank you for joining us.
What's up, buddy?
What's going on, bub?
Hanging out, enjoying the day. Beautiful outside.
I was gonna say, did you guys get this nice weather we got?
Hell yeah.
Gorgeous. I mean, we're not
Like,
that far apart.
nah. But sometimes you're saying it's like crazy over there, and here it'll be fine. So, I
Yeah.
don't know.
No, it's beautiful outside today. It's gorgeous, sunny and warm, and no
Hell
wind,
yeah.
nothing. We don't get that too often over here up at the north.
So what are you going over to today?
Well, somebody had recommended that we cover a show on Idaho of questions unanswered. There's a lot of those, tons of them, and things that we've talked about that we question, not to mention many other things. So it's just going to be a rigmarole of different conversation pieces about what's going on, what has gone on, stuff like that. Typical stuff that we've talked about probably, and then some new stuff maybe. Who knows?
Gotcha.
It should be an interesting show. Just gonna wait a few minutes to see how many more peeps we get in here before we get rolling. How was your Easter? Did you have a good Easter with the little one?
Yeah, it was good. How about you?
Good to hear. Good to hear.
What about you?
How's she doing? She's getting big, I'm sure, and everything's going good. School's about to be out.
She gets out, I think, like the end of May they get out, because
Yeah.
there's not really any more snow days. I mean, the winters have been mild as hell recently.
This is the worst winter we've had, I think, probably in like 5-6 years. We had
Mhm.
more snow this year than we've had in forever.
Really?
Hmm.
So that's what I mean, dude. Like over here, it wasn't too bad, but over there, you're
We had
getting a
three.
shit ton more.
Yeah, we had 3 snow days this year. Welcome, Raquel. And they were one was due to icy roads, and one was due to an expectation of a lot of snow that they didn't even actually get. So
That's always funny as hell when they cancel school, nothing happens.
right. And they don't really have to do the snow day thing so much because they work from home anyway sometimes.
Yeah, I'd hate to be a kid in school today. Ugh.
Yeah. Right. They got
Yeah,
them the Chromebooks now because of the COVID stuff, so they don't have to worry about it.
you can't even look forward to fucking snow days anymore. That would
Exactly.
suck.
Yeah, I would be pissed too. That used to be the thing, you know. Loved it. Loved it, love it. Welcome, Bemmy Rose. Good to see you. Miss Nelly. We've been starting to get a lot of the Northern Lights though, which yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
We had 10 inches. We got 10 inches of snow down in South Louisiana. That Jesus, I bet it did. That Louisiana don't get snow like that. Dallas got it, or Texas got it this year too.
Hell yeah. Dude, that one
Oh,
year, like Texas froze and like everybody didn't know what the hell to do.
yep. Very true. Very true. Come on in, guys. Please, if you will, make sure to hit the like button on the way through the door and share this out and let everybody know what's going on. 77 peeps, 42 likes. It's catching up. I appreciate you guys very much. Annie's supposed to be rejoining us in here today, too. She said she was going to try to at least.
Annie?
Annie, yeah, Annie Potts. She
No way.
burned up her laptop or something and is trying to use her phone, but I don't know what the hell she did.
Yeah, I was talking to her earlier. Yeah, I don't know. I saw her post say something like something fried or I don't know.
Yeah, her
But
laptop.
then I watched I rewatched her last live and it seemed like her audio was like kind of crackling a little bit. So I don't know.
That's what she said. She said the mic started going out and then everything just went basically was done. I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah.
I hate that. It took a dump and her mic was bad. Yet, yeah, it started going out then. Oh my god, this thing needs to stop already.
What
Tomboy
is it?
said, to blame the governor for that total fiasco that happened in Dallas, in Texas. Hey, Miss
That was
Paula.
crazy. That was crazy.
Well, I know, like my wife's family is down from Bama. We know, you know that.
Mhm.
And when they get anything like even a poof like what we would get up here, they
Yeah.
shut everything down. They
Yeah,
can't
they
handle
freak
it.
the hell out.
Yeah, they can't handle it. Two of her
They don't know how
aunts.
to drive.
No, they don't know how to handle that, and they don't have anything to put on the roads like we do here. I mean, they use, I think, sawdust or some shit, and I'm like, okay. We throw
So,
salt out. I think we use that kitty litter shit too now, or whatever that is.
oh yeah.
Yep. All right.
I'm just surprised by now they don't have some kind of chemical to put on the roads that, everything
Well,
just melts as soon as it
there
hits
is.
it.
Isn't there something else that some places use that is a chemical? You guys were telling me it's like a liquid and it eats the ice or something. I can't remember what the hell they told me it was. You're right though. There should be something to keep the roads from freezing. Period. You put it down before it snows, or you know it's going to freeze, and it just doesn't.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Yeah, I'm just saying. Generally, like PennDOT here, right?
Mhm.
They've been fucking salting the roads for decades.
Yep.
Like
ODOT's the same way. Yep.
throw some shit. Throw some shit in the salt that makes every single thing that touches the pavement melt. But
Yeah.
here's the thing, right? Here's the thing, right? Then you got to ask yourself, do they even want to have a chemical like that? Because then you have all
Puts
these
them out
people
of
out of
work.
jobs, all money coming in. You know what I
It puts them out of work. 100%.
mean?
See, SRB lives on the west side of the state that I'm in, and she said that they use that liquid stuff there. But yeah, you're right. That would put him out of a job. Hey, Bonnie Bailey, good to see you, love. Thank you for
That's
joining us.
that's the whole reason.
Of
There's
course.
not a quote unquote cure for cancer.
Absolutely. Got to keep
Because there's too much money. There's too much money in cancer.
big pharma, dude. That's where they're, yeah.
Yeah.
Got to keep all them pain meds and all that other shit rolling for them. So, yes.
Anyway.
Mm-hmm. Bonnie's right. The salt shit, too, dude. I know it happens with you guys, too. Every winter, they when we welcome back, Nelly, when they run if we have ice and snow, they dump salt all over it, and then by spring, the roads are all eating the shit up and broke wide open and
Oh,
potholes
dude.
everywhere. Yeah,
I'll put Pennsylvania roads up against fucking anybody as one of the worst in the country. Because dude, there's this one, and actually in the interview when I interviewed, I hate calling it an interview, but when I had a conversation with Rich, and we were talking about up in the Poconos, dude. So if you don't want to go through the tunnel, you could go over the mountain, and you pass like Blue Mountain Ski Resort, and then you have to go over the mountain. And there's this one road, dude, that connects you to another road that is literally right as you get over the hump of the mountain. And I'm telling you right now, bro, 2-3 inches deep and maybe, I don't know, 2-3 feet wide craters. I mean, there's more potholes and craters than there are like than there is road.
We got them here. I know. Listen, listen. We got potholes that are so big, I could go lay down in them, and you.
But the problem is, you're going straight down a goddamn mountain, bro.
Oh yeah,
and it's like your car is boom, 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 and you're like, what the hell is going on?
I hit one in my truck probably about 6 years ago. I got the state to buy me a new tire because as soon as I hit it, the tire exploded. It exploded, and I was like, what the shit? And I got out of the truck and looked, and it was no lie. It was probably that deep, and it was about that wide. And this, it was huge. They open up into sinkholes around here too. Route 5, no lie, is one of our main runs that connects everything. And they shut it down one day, and I'm like, what the hell's going on Route 5? And I go to the Ohio State Patrol site just to see what was up. I thought it was maybe a bad accident or something. And they showed this, dude, the whole fucking road opened up into this giant sinkhole. It was probably 15 foot deep, about
Jesus God.
It was huge.
15 foot deep. That's a fucking crater.
It was huge. And it was probably it was probably the size of it was good sized. I can't remember. I'm trying to think exactly what I could explain it. Probably about 12 foot wide, at least 12 foot wide, and I'm gonna say about 15 foot long. And it was just a massive hole. And
Yeah.
so they had to come out and fill it in with dirt, and then more dirt, and then more dirt, and then they packed it down, and then they put some more blacktop over top of it. And I'm like,
Yeah, and
that's
then
gonna open back up next year.
exactly. Every time they patch this shit, it only lasts for like a couple months, and then they're right back to the same scenario.
And we got rivers and creeks around here that interconnect, and they're all underground and shit. And one of these days, the whole Route 5 is going to open up because it rolls into the Mahoning River. It's crazy. People be needing boats to get down it.
Oh,
We had a pothole the size entrance of our gas station that cars with Jesus. See, that's crazy. Welcome back, Miss Nelly. Thank you for joining me today. If you can hear me. Be real, welcome. Good to see you. ADHD Stacy, welcome. Miss, good to have you here today. Guys, please make sure to hit the like button on the way through the door and share it out. Let everybody know what we're doing in here today. We got 73 peeps in here with 47 likes. Let's try to catch that up. You can pretend like you like me for a little bit, you guys. That's all. Willie's here. Like me for him. Nellie's here. Like me for her. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. Doc, welcome back to you. Good to see you.
No. I didn't even hear. I mean, I know he was up here. Yo.
She can't. She's having trouble with her mic, I think.
Oh.
Can you hear me, Nelly? Not sure her mic is working, she said. Amanda Smith, welcome. Kelly Coker, welcome back to you. We're getting there, guys. We got 80 people, 51 likes. We can get this in the algorithm for sure. Okay, Nelly, take your time, dear.
Is that what you like wait on?
I was just waiting to see how many people were gonna come in before we got going, but yeah, we're good. So who's got question? Let me see. Quiet down. Stupid dogs, constantly. Do we have anybody in chat that has any specific questions you guys want to start off with? And we'll just kick it off from that way and go from there. If you do, put a number by it, type it out like it's a question, and throw it in the chat and let me see it. Is Jesse in here? Jesse's here. What's happening, Jesse? Again, guys, the link is, he said what's up this morning. I forget where he's at. The link is pinned in the chat for anybody that would like to join. Please do. I'd love to hear your voices on things. I'm quiet compared to Willie. Am I turned down? Nothing. Willie is turned. No, he's right in the middle. That's good. Everybody's got different sounds. Okay, so the first question we got. Thank you, Alicia. Nelly dropped down. She'll pop back up here. Good morning, Jesse. For you, sir. Good afternoon for me. Good to see you, sir. Great to have you here. First question Rowena asked is, who got the DoorDash? That's a good question.
Ethan's account.
It was paid for on Ethan's account. It was ordered on Ethan's account. Did Xana go get it or Ethan go get it? Great question.
Well, the only person that can make that claim is a DoorDash driver or somebody in the home that's still alive.
Was it touchless or was it handoff? Do you guys know? I don't remember. I thought I heard it was just a handoff or a touchless. I mean,
yeah, I don't know. That's what I mean. So then, who? How do they know Xana placed it then?
That's a good one. You brought this up before, Willie, about the DoorDash. Do we know?
That's what I mean.
A single order? Did she order for everybody in the house? Did she order? Things like that.
I'm more curious about what was ordered than
right.
Who freaking ordered it.
And there was no talk of any food or anything found. Maybe a bag. None of that stuff, though, really. So that's a good question. Welcome back, Miss Nelly. And your doggy. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me now, guys?
Yep.
I hear you good.
How weird. My other account won't work. So anyway, great. I'm back as my dog. How you doing, Willie? Okay?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, good. I got a night off. My son is with his dad, so I'm partying here.
Yeah.
How's your Easter? Good?
Yeah, they're good. How about yours?
Yeah. Great. Just trying to entertain the child constantly.
I hear you.
Fun at first, and then it's like, what do we do now? And now it is absolutely tipping down my brain. But anyway, back to the DoorDash.
Back to the DoorDash. What are your thoughts on that, Nelly?
DoorDash.
Well, mine is probably the same as everyone else. I saw in comments people saying Ethan ordered it. I think that's correct. Do we know that for sure? I think so.
It came from his account, so yeah, it could have been him, or he or she ordered it from his phone or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So my question, I think like everyone else's, is how do we know Xana received it? You know, that's very specific. So did the DoorDash, I don't have DoorDash near me here. We order home delivery and they knock the door and you pay them either in advance on an app, but they always knock the door and hand the food over. I don't know about leaving food on doorsteps, that sort of thing. So I don't know what the norm is when it comes to DoorDash, whether they leave it on the door. If this DoorDash driver left it on the doorstep, you know, either the front or the slider, I'd love to know how law enforcement knew Xana received it. You know, did the DoorDash have a description of Xana, or did the phone accept it? But then that would be Ethan's phone accepting it. So
well, they do take pictures of it when they drop it off. If it's a touchless, they'll take a picture of it and send it to you, and then they send it through to DoorDash as well to prove that they did it. So there's probably that, maybe proving that it was dropped off, possibly. I don't know if they did it there, but that is a good point.
But then if Ethan ordered it, wouldn't they say, well, Ethan received it because it was ticked as received from his phone?
It should. Yeah, I agree. It should.
So I'm going to speculate here that one of the surviving roommates claimed they knew Xana received it.
Mm-hmm.
And I personally think that one of those two have probably said Xana went to pick up the DoorDash. I've got a feeling we've got someone's word for it.
Okay.
But that's just my thoughts.
There was a no option thrown out last week sometime I saw in regards to the DoorDash as well, stating that was the DoorDash left at the back slider door. I had never heard that before. I always thought that it was at that front door down there when you first pull in the parking lot. Where the back, I don't know if this is true or not. This is maybe just somebody was thinking about it, but you know, what could it have been left at that back slider door? Welcome, Captain Jenks.
I thought most of them have like dash cams and shit.
A lot of them, some of them do around here, but like I said, they take pictures of it here if it's touchless, and that's typically how it works.
Mm-hmm.
And then you'll have that picture as proof. And I've never seen a picture of it, so I don't know. And then you get a notification via your email or however through the DoorDash app, I think it is, that it's there, you know, and you go grab it.
Mm-hmm.
So really, if Ethan's phone ordered it and it was just delivered, clicked, gone.
Well, it's his account.
Yeah, it should have said Ethan received it, shouldn't it?
And unless another name was put as the receiver.
And you can do that. You
Okay.
can put in.
Oh, you can.
It's poor Xana, but now there's a misconstruity. I believe a lot of people think that bag that we all saw in the kitchen on the counter that had Xana's name on it was a DoorDash from that night, and I don't think it was.
I agree.
I think that it looked old. It looked like it had been there for I don't know how long. And so I don't believe that's what it was.
Also, you know, I agree with you, Dago. I also read a couple of comments that said, you know, there was like a coffee cup next to it. It looked like the name Xana had come off the label for the coffee cup, didn't it?
Yes, that's exactly what it looks like to me.
Yeah.
I do agree with that one. And we don't know probably for sure, and we may never know exactly who for sure made the order, whether it was the Xana or Ethan. We do know it came from his account, but that, hell, for that matter, Dylan could have made it from his phone. Not saying that happened. I'm saying that's how easy it is to do that, or from his account per se. Xana could have signed in from her phone to his account. If you have the login information, you can do the same thing. So
yeah, okay.
You have to do so. It would have shown up at some point. Obviously, they checked in for a reason with DoorDash to see who it was, maybe, or what it was. I would like to see a DoorDash video. That's something I would like to see. I would like to see when they did it, what time it was exactly. They said it was 3:59, if I remember, and that's when it was dropped. I'd like to see what vehicle they used, what time it was exactly, and I'd love to see that video.
The other thing linked to this is, the DoorDash is allegedly MM, and there's this guy who lives, Matt Moy, behind the house on Wallenta.
Right.
What time were the headlights seen? I meant to check this out. What time were the headlights on Wallenta Drive reported? Because that's in all the documents, and I can't remember. And I wondered if that matched possibly the DoorDash going home. But I think they went up Wallenta and back down again, didn't they? I think it's a bit fuzzy.
Yeah. It's been a while since I've seen it. I'm trying to think the time. It's going to drive me nuts. Wait, wouldn't that be suspicious? 20-year-old drunk people asking for contactless delivery, not in my world. No, not really. I agree with you on that, Jesse. I'm trying to remember. What, Tomboy, you know these things. What time was that? Well, while we're waiting on that, let me pull this one up too. From Dagburn, Johnny Gobble's Dead Floozy Mama. I love it. Or Miss Diane. Does anyone remember early in this case, there was an ex-FBI agent who said that there was a camera in the house and people watched everything Ellie was doing in the house?
I didn't hear that.
I don't remember that at all.
Nope.
No, that's interesting.
I heard a lot of stuff, but I don't know what's true anymore.
Things, but I never heard that, Diane. I'm sorry, hon. I heard that there was a camera in the back behind the house that was some kind of a school project, and we found a camera. When Rory went there live, we found a camera because we were live with him on the top of a pole in the back corner of the house, but I don't know if it was active or not, but those are the only cameras I knew about. There's Miss Potts. There's a link, Annie, if you are able to join. I know you're having trouble with your laptop. If you're able to, you're please.
Where's she? I don't see. Oh, there she is.
Yes. I always enjoy having her here. Annie, do you know anything in regards to the DoorDash for sure? She can answer probably most of these questions, you guys, because she knows these documents inside and out. This is why I wanted her here, because she has so much knowledge of them. And it's always amazing to have her around for these things.
I don't think they came out with anything other than it was from Ethan's account.
I don't think so. Now, let me go back since we're on this DoorDash thing. There was 4 or 5 different scenarios with this. Do you guys remember? Yes, that is one thing. She's right. So I was right. 3:59 is when the DoorDash was dropped. There was a creator, I can't remember who did it, that went, hey, Brian, good to see you, Brian guy, went to the place that the DoorDash came from and tried to talk to them. Do you remember that? Anybody? And they wouldn't talk to anybody. They said it was a female DoorDasher and that they DoorDashed their own. There was a bunch of shit that was said in the beginning that was crazy. Jack in the Box. Yes.
I think it's too big of a pool of people to kind of try to figure out who MM is. You know,
well, there was Matthew Moy. There was also another Moy. What was her name? Madeline Moy. Maddie Moy. I think. I don't know if those two are related. It was Rory. That's right, Sherry. Thank you. Rory did that. That's right. It was one of the first videos he did. He went to Jack in the Box and talked to them, and this whole thing came from that. And then JLR goes to Jack in the Box supposedly and talked to them or talked to him somehow.
Imagine that.
It was a completely different story.
Oh, dude, that was a great. That was a great video where he almost got his ass kicked by somebody that lives in that town. That was funny as hell.
The guy in the white truck, yes.
Yeah.
Everywhere. I remember that. That was definitely comical.
Oh my god.
Let's see. The total for welcome, Kate. DoorDash
Get the hell out of here.
$22.35. Sounds like food for two people. It sure does.
Yep.
Good point, Kate. Thank you for that. See, this is what I want to do tonight, you guys, is put all these pieces together. And Maddie also, yes, that's it, Annie. That's what I was thinking of. Maddie had a white 4-door sedan as well. And I do believe not Maddie is in one of the victims, Maddie. But there was another girl. I don't know if it was that Madison was her first name. Moy was her last name, the MM. And one of those girls had a white vehicle that looked almost like an Elantra. And I remember seeing it in a video or a still of a video.
Madison Moy is Matt Moy's sister.
There it is. Thank you. That's what I thought. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and she did speak to the press and said she saw Maddie at the Corner Club that night, which to me says it's unlikely she was the DoorDash then, but that's what she said.
Right.
She said that Maddie was laughing and joking like any other night. So I think she was described as a friend and neighbor. And Matt Moy also spoke to the press twice as well.
Okay, well, let me see something, you guys, now that we brought this up.
There you go. I do got to hop down at 5:30 for a little bit. I got to go somewhere.
Oh, you're okay, bud. Anytime you need to, no big deal. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'd just like to tell you. I know people just like hop down and stuff, but I'd like to let you know.
No, please feel free to do whatever you got to do. Let me see something.
What are you doing?
And we'll be here. I try to hold these for like 3 hours. So if you're back in the time.
Yeah, I figure I just gotta try my daughter somewhere.
Sounds like a plan, dude. Let me see if I can find this video real quick. It might have been taken down.
I need to get it out. I write it down.
Is it still in here? Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. Nope. That's 2 weeks ago. Hold on. This is way, way long time ago. This was like one of the first ones he did.
Bobby.
Give me a minute. I'm looking. I want to pull this up because I'm curious to see if that's what it was. But Jesus, this is 2 years back. If it's still up, it could be, could not be. Give me a minute here, everybody.
You guys over there mourning the Pope, Nelly? So he's over there, right?
He's kind of Italy.
I don't know where the fuck he is.
Yeah, I'm not.
He's in Italy.
I don't know anyone mourning him personally, but no, it's and it depends if you're Catholic or not, I suppose.
Well, I'm Roman Catholic, but I don't practice it. So
yeah, I don't think any human being should be looked at like that. But whatever.
That's kind of always been my issue. But we have God. We have a God, not.
Yeah, but like now there's going to be like another person. Like this person just keeps getting replaced.
Yeah. I always do that. I don't know.
I don't know.
That video's gone. I don't know what happened to it, but it's gone. Maybe it was taken down.
Took it down.
Well, let me see this one then. Hold on a minute. All right, hold on. This is 2 years. Bingo. Okay. Let's see what he says. This is going to hurt because I'm not a big fan of JLR. But I want to refer back to this to see if there's anything in this that may have been missed.
Jonathan Lee.
And it's JLR, heads up. So bear with me. I'm sorry. This is 2 years ago that this came out. And Rory's the other one that came out with another one. His video's gone. So this came out April 9th of 23. So, oh God, the voice and everything. Hang on. Here we
Riches Investigates. I am out front of the Jack in the Box in Pullman, Washington. This Jack in the Box is at the corner of Grand Avenue and Stadium Way, Pullman, Washington. Why am I at the Jack in the Box? Well, let's talk about the DoorDash that was sent to the Moscow, Idaho home during the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022, where 4 college students were brutally stabbed inside their home. Jack in the Box. I can confirm with you that the employee inside here spoke to me and said that Jack in the Box was the order that was delivered to the Moscow home around 4 a.m. Jack in the Box. DoorDash. Jack in the Box. And the employee told me that DoorDash, they're open 24 hours a day when it comes to DoorDash. So DoorDash can come throughout the night. It does not close at night. You can get a DoorDash at 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m., and so on. Brian Kohlberger lives right up there at the Steptoe Apartments. Right up at the top of the hill is the Steptoe Apartments. And people are wondering about Brian Kohlberger arriving at that Moscow home around the same time as the DoorDash. The employee inside here told me the DoorDash driver that picked up the food for Xana was a woman. It was a woman with black hair. And the employee told me that the woman, after the tragedy happened, she stopped doing DoorDash because she was traumatized. Though it is believed, the employee said that she has restarted doing DoorDash again, but she was traumatized after the incident. The employee stated to me that authorities were in here getting surveillance footage, talking to employees. The employee also told me that Brian Kohlberger himself got DoorDash and was a customer here for himself. Now, I asked if Brian Kohlberger is the one that ordered the DoorDash to Xana. He does not know. I asked who ordered the DoorDash. Was it Xana or the girls that ordered the DoorDash? He doesn't know who actually ordered the DoorDash. But Brian Kohlberger was a customer. And I asked, what did Brian Kohlberger order at Jack in the Box? And he said a bacon cheeseburger, which I...
And that's all bullshit because he's a vegan, and we know that that's not true. So that was either he made that up or the other guy made it up, in my opinion.
This fucking guy.
Complete stupidity.
I found interesting, considering that Brian Kohlberger is known as a vegan. Does Brian Kohlberger actually eat meat? I think the employee here was truthful and honest, had a conversation with him, but I wanted to get some insight and some validation about the DoorDash, because some people think...
Okay, so that's enough. I can't handle him, but that's enough to know that it was bullshit. There were two. What's up, Scott? Good to see you. There were two different stories told. The one that was told to Rory, and then this story here. So,
ordered a bacon cheeseburger.
Yeah, I mean that's of a vegan appetite for me. Unbelievable. So that it started way back then, you guys, with all the bullshit and everything going around. People trying to make up things, add things, to insert themselves, so on and so forth. So no.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. And that's Tara said, to be fair, the only person ever said he was a vegan publicly was an aunt from years ago. Well, I mean, true, but it's never been denied either, so we don't know.
Didn't Steve G say he was getting his vegan meals in jail?
That downtown there?
I'm sure I saw Steve G somewhere ranting about Brian getting his vegan diet in jail. Or somebody. Yeah.
Yep, he was. And it was stated that he went to what is that Greek place called again? The restaurant.
Mad Greek.
Yes, the two girls work there.
Yeah.
And yeah, Annie just verified that he's got a strict vegan diet in jail. So there's no way in hell he ordered a bacon cheeseburger. Come on.
I don't know if he said bacon. I was just throwing that in there just because it sounds so stupid.
Rice and beans, according to News Nation. Kissy, thank you. And welcome. And also the Pennsylvania attorney confirmed he was a strict vegan as well. So this is a lie. Okay. This is somebody just wanting to get on YouTube, in my opinion, and jumped all over the fact that JLR is there. So that's again my opinion. I can't find Rory's video. He must have taken it down, so we can't look at that one. But I do remember it was stated at some point that the DoorDash driver was a female. Okay. But when they went inside to try to talk, Rory was kicked out of there and told not to come back. So why? What's the deal with that? Why can't you talk to them people about that situation? That's my question.
Well, Anne said herself, didn't she, that in court there were lots of people who wouldn't speak to them.
Say that again, Nellie. I'm sorry.
I think Anne said herself in court that there were lots of people that just wouldn't speak to them.
Right. True. Very true.
Imagine that.
Oh, wait. Angel just said Rory was told it was a dude who was stealing the DoorDash food and had a screenshot of the guy, if I remember correctly. Then it was JLR that said it was a woman at some point, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. So one of the two ways it went, but I remember that came from one side and then one side was the other. And then I do remember him getting kicked out of there. Let's see. Either way, awesome town, Matt. Welcome. That's a good point there too. Let me see, 126 beeps in the house, guys. Please make sure to hit the like button so we can hit the algorithm, please, and thank you. Madison Moy, in my opinion, is who Backwoods thinks it may have been, and that's a good point. Could be. It'll come out in court, I'm sure. It's going to have to. Am I wrong? Aren't they going to want a testimony from the DoorDash driver too?
I would.
Being that
how many? What did you see? How many lights were on? Did you speak to anybody? Did you see anybody?
Yeah, right. That's my whole point right there.
Did you pass a white launcher when you left?
You would think they would have to. If that car was there, which I don't believe it was, if that car was there, did you see a white launcher and coming into the neighborhood or leaving the neighborhood? That should be huge. And if the answer comes out to be no, I didn't, what does that say to you? Car wasn't there, in my opinion. That's why I think that.
Yeah, I really want to know, because if I'm in, I'm asking them. Did you get lost on your way to this delivery? Did you have to
turn around 3 different times?
Yeah, and I bet he did, dude.
I truly think that too. We watched the Linda Lane footage again the other night.
Well, I'm not going to say any names, but there's somebody that I know that does a lot of DoorDash and Uber Eats and all that kind of stuff, and all the time, bro. They'll get to it somewhere and be like, all right, now I got to figure out where I actually got to go. Like 80% of the time. So that's why I said from the beginning, ever since that Linda Lane footage came out, you can show me that 1,000 times. To me, that just looks like a lost DoorDash driver.
Yeah.
That's all I see.
And that, if that was a lost DoorDash driver, I think that's Matt Moy and Madison Moy out because they knew the girls and they knew where they lived.
Agreed, but there's a
But
point to
then-
make with this too, Willie.
Mhm.
Way before, early on in the case, we found out that the King Road house, the address, actually shows up on the other road. Do you guys remember that?
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
So a DoorDash driver putting this in GPS, which most of them do, very, very, very possibly, more than likely, probably got lost between King and Queen Road and had to turn around more than once.
Yeah. That makes the most sense to me.
Hell yeah.
I've always thought that.
Which
Especially after
makes
seeing
me
this.
think that the DoorDash didn't know them.
Yeah, exactly.
Agreed.
Because it was your first time there. Makes
So
sense.
if it was, yeah, right. Matt and Madison would have known the house and would have known where to go exactly. So that's a good point.
Yep. All right, I'm gonna hop down for a little bit and I'll come
All right,
back.
bud. I'll see you
All
when
right, see you guys.
Take
Yep,
care,
yep.
Willie.
All right, see you guys.
So therefore, that, in my opinion, eliminates the DoorDash driver from being those two people that knew them, or another scenario. But I don't believe. I agree with you, Nelly. I think that it was somebody else.
I think so. But time will tell.
Mm-hmm.
The other obvious thing we've said before is that, if that car belonged to Brian and he'd been stalking them, now it's gone to 23 times, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Why would he be driving around and U-turning and not knowing where to park? He'd know exactly where he was going.
Thank you for saying that. That's another big point. Because the state wants us to believe, you guys, that this was premeditated 10 months before the murders happened, because he purchased the mask and a knife and premeditated this murder. Okay. Then he came to Idaho and started stalking, like Nelly said, 23 times. You know exactly where you're going. So why would you drive around and drive around and drive around?
Yeah.
Not knowing where to park, not knowing what your plan is. If you planned this out and premeditated the whole thing, I'm going to guess that that's all going to be in that plan, right, Nelly?
Absolutely. And, we've said it a billion times. I can't get my head around him taking his car to a death penalty state, like we've all said, and my big question is the phone. Why did he need his phone?
He didn't.
Who was he going to call? And if he'd been stalking them, he wouldn't need directions. So anyone, let alone a criminology student, would just leave their phone at home.
Yes, ma'am. I agree with you. I do agree with you. Be Real said, I think MM and EG picked up the food. Okay. Interesting. And like Annie just said, the phone pings are the very least reliable phone data for law enforcement. They absolutely are. So that's more garbage, in my opinion. One more thing that just points away from him, as far as I'm concerned. So, and that, going back to Annie's other thing, is those two, if it would have been those two, would have known to park out back too. There's another thing. And then they would have went into the house, in my opinion, and said, here's your food. You know what I'm saying? That they were comfortable with, they went to that house on a regular basis. So that none of that fits. None of that fits at all. There's also that theory I mentioned earlier on that somebody put out there that the DoorDash was left at the back sliding door. I don't know. My understanding was that it was always at that front door. Hey, Walt. And El Barriqua, good to see you too. Dean A, welcome to you. Anybody I didn't speak to yet, I will catch up with you, I promise. So I don't know that it was. I don't know where it was left. You know what I mean? Because we never saw or heard that, and yet at least. That will be a testimony that comes from the DoorDash driver once, and if and when they have that happen, which I hope and think they will. So did you get any? Go ahead.
Sorry. No,
go ahead.
I was just going to say, I might be reading too much into it, but I always found it interesting that there had to be a warrant for DoorDash.
I think they needed a warrant for everything.
Okay.
To be able to pull everybody's anything that relates to anybody's personal information, they would have to have a warrant to pull any of that, I think.
Okay. I thought you could just hand it over. Go, there you go. But yeah, probably.
I mean, it could be volunteered by the person, but most places are going to say you need a warrant. You know what I mean? So,
Sure. Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
I do know for a fact, though, I remember something that it's always stuck with me about the address being the house, that the address, if you put that, because we did it, we put the house number in GPS and it takes you to Queen Road.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's why I wondered, did that driver get lost? Is that who that was that kept going up and turning around and coming back, trying to figure out where the hell this house was? And then finally figured it out, dropped it off, and off they went. That's why I think that was not him.
And I think I'm very guilty of this. We all think, we see initials and we immediately think we're going to know who they are.
Yeah.
When actually someone in Pullman who was a driver for DoorDash could easily have initials MM, who had no idea where they were going and is, completely innocent in all of this. But I'm guilty of it. I'm thinking, oh, Madison Moy. It could be someone we've just never ever heard of.
That's absolutely. It could belong to somebody named Mike Morrison or somebody name that we don't know right now. But that's true. Very, very true. Let's see.
Kind of. I don't know if it's not really linked to it, but my biggest thing at the moment that's new for me, that's come out in the information, is this 2:53 a.m. call from Maddie to Bethany.
Oh yeah. Listen. That's. Thank you for bringing that up. Go ahead.
That I didn't want to move away from DoorDash.
No. It's about we're talking about all unanswered questions and anything else tonight. So go ahead.
So it's a question I have that we're not going to be able to answer, but it was a big red flag for me that, we've got Kaylee and Maddie calling Jack D up until 2:53 a.m. And if I'm correct, Maddie's last call to Jack D was 2:52.
Mm-hmm.
Kaylee did one more at 2:53.
Mm-hmm.
So while Kaylee is trying Jack one more time at 2:53, Maddie is calling Bethany. And then every phone call stops from both of them. Steve G stated Kaylee's phone went offline,
mm-hmm.
which coincides with Coburger's going offline. And why would she phone Bethany? That is my biggest question at the moment that I want the answer to, that I can't get the answer to. And I'm just kind of playing around with theories in my head. And I think, well, they're calling Jack. According to Steve, she said something like, we share a dog together, for God's sake, whether it was a voice note or a text or... So I wonder if there were texts within that bundle of calls as well. So I'm not saying I think perhaps something was happening while they were trying to call Jack D, but did something happen at 2:53 to make
very, very big possibility? Yes,
the call stop? And I wonder, I'm trying to put my head into that situation. Was it Kaylee and Maddie thought Bethany was with Jack D? Or was there a link between Bethany and Jack D? Did they think Bethany knew where Jack D was? Or could they hear something starting downstairs and Maddie called Bethany? Perhaps she heard Rosanna and Ethan, possibly Dylan, and so Maddie called Bethany to say what the hell's going on downstairs. I don't know, but there's something for me really weird that right at the edge of calling Jack, Maddie calls Bethany, and that is weird to me.
I can agree. And that also takes me back to wonder if the original timeline is the original timeline.
Yeah.
Everything stopped there. Why did everything stop right at that moment?
And I've been called out for being ridiculous for this, but I am going to say it. But the 4chan theory interests me. This 19 minutes from 2:53 to 3:12, which is when we see the Banfield runners, is exactly 19 minutes.
It is. It is.
And yeah, that could be just complete coincidence. But is it that 2:53 perhaps when it all kicked off? I see Yvonne's comment. We don't know that was Maddie calling BF. It could have been Madison Moy or, other MMs. But I do think, this is just my opinion, that they would differentiate in the document if it wasn't Maddie, like they did with the DoorDash. So they said DoorDash in brackets. I think they might have, perhaps, I might be completely wrong, have said something in brackets if it was a different
Yeah, that makes sense.
Just so there's no confusion in the documents, that's all. But
sure.
But somebody of significance called Bethany at 2:53.
Right. Yes, that makes sense. Makes sense. I still have trouble not thinking it wasn't Maddie, because why would it be? But maybe it wasn't. You know what I mean? It could have been somebody else altogether different. Maybe it was the actual DoorDash person. But why? You know what I mean? Who knows?
Yeah. I just wonder, does it mean perhaps Bethany wasn't in the house?
It could. It absolutely could.
I always struggle with Bethany's story changing about Zana and Ethan's whereabouts and what time she got home. I really struggle with that.
Mm-hmm.
It was out in all the presses initially that Dylan and Bethany were home by 1 a.m. And then nobody knew where Zana and Ethan were between 9 and 1:45. And then all of a sudden in the PCA, Bethany saw them at Sigma Chi until 1:45. Yet she was supposed to be home by 1.
Well, she was supposed to be home by 12:30 because she told her father that they ordered pizza and they were sitting at home at 12:30 in the morning.
Yeah, that's Zana. But Bethany's, the original story from law enforcement was that Bethany and Dylan were both home by 1 a.m.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I took what you said.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah. So, and then Zana and Ethan, they were actually appealing to the public for information on their whereabouts. So surely Dylan and Bethany were interviewed straight away. Either law enforcement got the whole thing wrong.
Well, that's
or someone changed their story, whether it's Bethany or law enforcement, because 1 minute she's home by 1 a.m. and then when the PCA comes out, she's at Sigma till 1:45 and saw them. It's just kind of the goalposts are moving all the time, and it's unsettling.
Yeah, definitely, most definitely. See, somebody put this together. It's not on point, and that's the problem. Is we don't know exact time for sure to the second, to the minute. Okay. The way this reads, the suspect arrives and enters home at 4 a.m. 4 a.m. to 4:17, the murders occur and the intruder leaves. 4:19, the surviving roommate calls all 3 victims, but no one answers. 4:22 to 4:24, surviving roommates DM and BF text one another from different rooms in the house. If we're to believe they were there, of course. 4:27 a.m., surviving roommate calls the victims again without success. 4:32 a.m., surviving roommate texts the Gonsalves, texts Kaylee saying, please answer. 10:23 a.m., DM texts victims hours later and still nobody answers. 11:39 a.m., DM calls her father. 12 p.m., 911 call placed by BF's phone. Okay, there's stuff missing in there, but they condensed it, basically. That's kind of funny to me, because seeing it that way,
how do they know? I mean, if the suspect arrived and entered the house at 4 a.m., it can't be suspect vehicle number 1.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Right. He wasn't there. He just wasn't there, you guys. And I can't not say that enough. Why can't they just give the facts about the right? Thank you. Because it doesn't fit into what has been stated already. The facts don't fit, Stacy. That's the problem. And it would tell us the truth if the facts were put out. That's the problem.
Yeah.
No answer, Jack. Decor, no answer. Knew not to answer. No calls back. Calls were made by perps. 2 established girls were alive. Very suspect, in my opinion. Good point, Rhode Island. Good point. And you guys, I do got to go back to something else too that I think I can't let go of. With this, I still feel like that whole walk between the girls. Hold on. Let me move this real fast. Sorry. One second. All right, hold on. I don't know why these things are taking so long. Give me a second. It should be loading now because I got rid of some other problems. All right. That's 1 second here. This here, I think this plays a very, very, very important part in this entire thing. Okay. This has always been my thought. This walk.
So this is a video they call it the Adam video. Here we see Kaylee, that the hoodie guy just happened to have walked up to the food truck together. So this and so that's pretty clear what they were. So let me go ahead and play it.
What did you say to Adam? I told Adam.
That right there, you can hear in my opinion, a bit of distress in Kaylee's voice, and in Maddie's answer, it's almost a matter of fact. I told him everything. Okay, to me, that's monstrous in this entire case. I think that is very big in this case. Nobody seems to think, well, not nobody, because a lot of you guys agree with me, but quite a few people think that means nothing. Steve blew it off as if it was nothing, and I do not believe that. I think that right there is probably one of the main keys to this.
Well, it's an odd coincidence then, isn't it? Yeah.
I mean, truly.
I told Adam everything. That's not. I told him we're all going on vacation next week.
No, I told him everything.
Yeah.
Right. And it was played off like it was nothing important. But you guys, Maddie was on her phone the entire time throughout that whole walk. And then at the grub truck. My opinion is because Adam and Jack Decor are roommates. They were both at the bar that night. Okay. They lived together. So Adam went to Jack possibly and said something. And Jack messaged Maddie and said, what the hell, blah, 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 blah. Or Kaylee, I'm sorry. Or Adam went to Kaylee and said, hey, what the hell is this all about? Maddie said this to me earlier, and she comes in, and you can hear the irritation. Maddie, what did you say to Adam? Like, what the hell, you know? And she said, I told him everything, matter of fact. That's her tone. And guys, that to me is huge. I can't get that out of my head. I've never been able to get that out of my head. I think that may be and may have the key to what happened here within it. That's truly
I agree.
Because go ahead.
I don't think Maddie would have dropped Kaylee in it. That would be my one takeaway from that. I think it's something they both knew. Yeah.
I think those two knew for sure. And maybe the other roommates knew possibly. Because they go to the grub truck. They're there for however long. They go home and then they try to make incessant calls to Jack. For 30 minutes, 2:23 maybe to 2:52, like you said. And then that stops right there. Okay.
And then that makes me think Bethany is somehow linked because she's included in those calls.
Could be. You guys could be.
And I think as well, we have to remember, I think Anne said that list wasn't exhaustive, of the texts and phone calls. I mean, maybe Maddie was replying to Bethany or trying to call Bethany from something. Maybe she had a message from Bethany earlier. It's just a bit weird, though, that it's Jack. I mean, loads of calls. Boom, Bethany.
Yeah. And Jack Showalter was there with them.
Yeah.
And in my opinion, knows exactly what it was because he makes a statement along with the conversation they're having. So he knows what that was about, in my opinion. And then it disappears for the night, whatever. I'm telling you, this is the key. This here, in my opinion, is the key to what the hell happened.
Yeah, I agree.
And I just don't understand why Steve said, well, it was just girls talking about girl stuff. No way in hell.
No.
I was.
No. When it first came out, I thought it was, my first instinct was that Adam's girlfriend was cheating on him or something like that. You know, that kind of, oh, I told him everything, what she's been doing or what she's been up to, you know, but
sure.
It could be anything, couldn't it? But it's not casual fun chat.
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion.
I agree. It's again, you guys, the tone. Hold on, let me see if I can play it.
What did you say to Adam? I told Adam everything.
The way she stresses his name, Maddie, what did you say to Adam? Like she's really upset about this. And he or she responds, you know, I told him everything. Like that sounds like something big to me.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like anything of non-importance, okay? It sounds like something. So I can't let that go. I've never been able to let that go.
And then, you know, link that with the fact Jack won't answer his phone.
Mm-hmm. Right. And they're saying that he went to bed. He was tired, this and everything else. This was his girlfriend for how many years?
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, but if I get a call from somebody and I miss it, then I miss it. But if I get incessant calls one after the other for a half an hour nonstop, I'm going to think something's wrong. And at some point, unless he passed out and couldn't hear it, okay, or he turned his phone off, one of those two things, I'm going to eventually pick up the phone, but it didn't happen. So either his phone was turned off or he ignored it on purpose or he was passed out. One of those three things are what I'm thinking.
Yeah. And I'll be honest, I think we've all turned our phone off if an ex is being persistent or put it on silent but my issue, I think, with the whole of that area is that they're all each other's alibis. Right. You know, there's easy access to the back of that house where people would not have to pass any cameras, and they're all just backing each other up. Maybe rightly so. Maybe they're telling the truth, but there's no proof.
Agreed. Yes, I agree.
You know, I mean, if law enforcement want to say this is purely an example, Jack sleeping because Adam said he saw him go into his room and he didn't come out. Right. So you're just taking his word for it.
Right.
That's proof of nothing.
That's true. And listen, guys, when they got to the grub truck, and I know this for a fact because we analyzed the grub truck video for months, again and again and again and again.
Yeah.
I can't even look at it now. Maddie was on her phone, or Kaylee was on her phone the entire time, looking down nonstop doing this until she stopped to order the food and went right back to it. And it was in an in-depth conversation with somebody. Okay. And I'm going to guess it was either Adam because of how she said that or Jack. They both lived together and there was something there back and forth. And I can't let that go.
No.
Nah, I don't know, Moto Man. I've never seen anything about other than that Adam was cleared, but everybody was cleared. Everybody was cleared and way too quick. And I don't think that should have happened. That's just my opinion. But exactly, Becky. She was incessantly texting the whole time she's at the grub truck. Not to the point where she wasn't being like she wasn't noticing anything else going on around her, and Maddie was like talking to her while she was still texting shit. So there was something there. I don't know. And his excuse, they wanted to go to another bar. And according to what was said, he couldn't do that because he had to work in the morning and he was just going to go home. And if he went home and went to bed, okay, fine. But your phone, most people answer their phone. Some people have special ringtones for their significant other. They may have been broke up, but it hasn't been that long. And I still, what we've been told that they were going to get back together and that he still cared about her, blah, 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 blah. I don't know how true that is, but I can imagine that if they have the dog together, that he's going to answer. Okay. And I don't think she was calling him about the dog, you guys, at all. I think there's something there.
Yeah. Just a thought I had way back then, because we don't know what happened between 1:45 and 4. I wondered if they did have other people back at the house. And maybe she was saying, come over, or, let's get Jack over, I don't know. But I find it really interesting that there's absolutely nothing other than, I think, Dylan putting a contact in her phone and these calls to Jack. Right. We don't know if people went back from Sigma with Bethany, Zana, Ethan. I just remember Fry being asked by a journalist.
He said clearly, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, there were other people there.
There were, and I think that's why I thought that part of one of my theories is that it wasn't somebody that broke in, that came in, because we know that house was open to the public, basically, for all their friends and the people that they hung around with to come and go as they please on a regular basis. There would be people there that didn't live there when they weren't there, the roommates. Yeah. We know that too. So, excuse me. Welcome, Miss Cat Lady. Good to see you tonight. Dylan was texting at 2 something, right? Not long after the girls were dropped. Yeah.
Yeah. Was it 2:11? Something like that? To Eric?
I think, yeah, it was 2, like 20 minutes after the girls were dropped off. She texted Eric Gower, the rideshare driver, back to see if he was still driving. And he responded back. So yes, Annie, I think you said, what'd you say, 2:11, Nelly?
I think it was, I don't know, I've got a bit of a mush going on, but I think it was around the 2:10 mark.
Right.
Well, I'd like to know what the result of that was. Are you driving? Was that, so did she lie that she was home at 1:45 and needed a lift back home? Was Eric Gower a drug run? Was he going to take her on a drug run? Was it, I want food? There's got to have been something that followed that, in my opinion.
And well, I don't think he would have he didn't run for food, unless he did run for food for them, but that's just like DoorDash. So I get that. But yeah.
Yeah.
Eddie said it was 2:10:29. He's got everything in his notes.
Oh, brilliant, Eddie. Thank you.
So they were home at 1:56, according to Olivia, saying she saw them on that camera get dropped off at 1:56, and that was at 2:10. So that's literally 20 minutes or so, or half hour max. Okay. And then what went on between that, and then we go all the way around to 3:51, and Dylan puts that new contact in her phone, and then everything commences there after that.
That contact is weird, isn't it?
It's very weird. Why would you be up at 3, almost 4 in the morning, adding somebody to your phone?
When she says she was asleep.
Right. That was a lie. We know that now. Because there's no way she went to sleep from 3:51 to be woken up at 4 o'clock by what you thought was somebody playing with a dog. I don't believe that at all.
Yeah, and then didn't she say as well in a separate interview she heard singing, talking, music, Murphy?
Yeah. Yep.
Well, that suggests to me that there were people, maybe not partying as such, but chilling with music on, talking. Or it's a complete and utter lie.
Agreed. Miss Potts 2:10, she texts girls texting and calling Jack and BF until 2:53, and then by 3:51, new contact, and 4 a.m. the male voice. Right now, not to mention 3:16, because that changed now that was Xana's
Oh yeah.
TikTok. Okay, Xana was on TikTok last at 3:16, and then we had the DoorDash at 4, and yeah.
I'm just seeing what Candice wrote there. Yeah, I this plays on my mind all the time. It was Liz K and Molly G.
Yeah, that's right.
And it was 3:30 a.m. was the timestamp. We don't know what the amount was. 3:30 a.m. on the afternoon of the 12th, and Molly Gray is at the grub truck. And before what I find really interesting, sorry, I'll just say this really briefly because we've done the grub truck a billion times.
Take your time.
But there's a girl, I don't know who she is, with Molly Gray is with 3 others. Before Molly Gray and 2 of them walk in, a girl walks ahead of them and goes straight to Kaylee, like she knew exactly where she was standing.
Mm-hmm.
Talks to Kaylee. And she turns, it's like she's shielding Kaylee from Molly Gray and the 2 others coming in behind. Then she goes to Molly Gray and whispers, and Molly Gray looks over at them, and Maddie's clocking it all. You can see Maddie looking over at them. There's definitely animosity there. And okay, normally you'd think, okay, well, girls aren't getting on, but Molly Gray was Kaylee's little.
Yep.
They don't talk, nothing is said, and that's the recipient or the sender, I'm not sure which way it was, of the 3:30 Venmo. And suspect vehicle 1 enters the area at 3:29.
That's true. That's interesting. Good point.
It's never sat right with me, and I always wondered if the DoorDash was DoorDash. Was the DoorDash late? Was it delivering something else? I don't know. That's pure speculation, but yeah, it's not that. I mean, if you send someone a payment, how often do you put a timestamp on it? Wouldn't you say if it was for money or beer or something, you'd go beer or, thanks, or pizza, or, but it's 3:30 a.m.
Right. Oh, that's been taken down. I can't pull up the Venmo anymore. Well, shit, that's sad. But no, I agree with you. Typically, when I send a Venmo, you put what it's for in that little tab thing there. You don't send a timestamp with it. You know what I mean? So I agree.
Hey, I'll be right back. I'm just doing a bathroom break.
Oh, no problem. Moto Man says, I wonder if she added a new contact in person or over digital messaging. That's a good point. Was she talking to somebody and added that, or was it through a text message she was having? That's a good question. Thank you, Moto Man, for the super chat. I appreciate that very much, my friend. God bless. I don't recall this. That's interesting. I do recall Maddie watching them intently, not too happy. And again, that could have been because of the mode she was in because of drinking and stuff too. And it could have looked a certain type of way. Kaylee was graduating that year. Molly and Liz are still at U of I. Good points. Thank you, Annie. Cat Lady says, I think Adam holds all the answers from what Maddie told him. I swear to God, Cat Lady, that has something to do with the majority of this. I think Adam knows something, and that probably gives an answer to what happened, in my opinion. Why he wouldn't say it, I don't know. Unless it affected him too, maybe. Annie, Tinsel's trying to ask you a question. If you are still in here, Annie. It's probably hard to read this chat. I know she's on her phone right now because her computer took a kaput. So does anyone have a notion why would hoodies say they're going to get you too? He could have been joking, Brian, or he could have been serious. I don't know. I don't know 100% for that's 100% what he said. I've never been able to figure that one out, but it could be. It could be. No problem, Tinsel. You know, I don't know. I've never been able to find a lot about Adam, Candace. That's the problem. And I don't know if it's done on purpose or what. That's okay. Like I said, guys, I don't see things either. That's why we all do this, so we can communicate between each other with no problems. What'd you say, Yvonne? Dale Arbol people showed that Jack Katovich had a 2013 white Hunter Elantra with a sunroof and tinted windows early on. Yeah, he did. He did. That's true. I remember that too. Thank you. Lily, hello. I don't believe Dylan seen anyone get made up to my. Oh, yeah. I think that she was fed the story that she gave. I truly do. If at the very least. There was definitely definitely a fight that night. Anyone else noticed the lurker all night near the Linda Lane audio video? Oh yeah, we saw that, Hunters. We definitely watched that too more than once. And we saw somebody get picked up at Tomboy. What time was it that we watched that guy walk out from that area, stand in front of the dumpster, and get picked up? I can't remember because we just went through this the other night, but I can't remember the exact timestamp. I'm going up to try to catch up. I'm trying to keep up, guys. I'm sorry if I'm not. My apologies. Give me a second here. Good to see you tonight, Eve. Thank you for joining us. Both Matt and Maddie are professional fighters. Could take. Wow, I didn't know that. Thank you. It was 316, Wilson. 316. They changed that from 412 to 316.
So how did they get that wrong?
I don't think they did. Just what that's the problem. There's too many things that were changed, Nelly.
Yeah.
Okay, and I don't think you can make that's an hour difference. How do you make that mistake? Okay, and it's not right on point either, an hour. So no. And there were actually SRB's right, guys. There was more than one or two. There were a few weird Venmos that night, in my opinion. I agree.
Well, Jack Katovich was the other one, wasn't he? He was the last recipient. Ethan sent his last ever Venmo to Liz Katovich's brother.
Yes, ma'am. You are right.
I could never tell what time it was exactly because I think does the time change depending on where it was sent, or I'm not sure, but it was around, from what I saw, was 11 p.m. ish.
Yeah. For that, yeah.
And then Jack Katovich is the first one to contribute to Ethan's GoFundMe for $6.
Yep, agreed.
It's weird.
These things are strange. They're very strange. And that's it. The state's narrative changes way too much, and that's the problem. I don't like it at all.
Yeah.
That's why we question the things the way we have, because of stuff like that. All the phones were forensically extracted, is what Annie's saying, if that's what you were asking, Tinsel. Absolutely. Good stuff, guys.
And also, who was deleted? Was it Dylan who had deleted things, or Bethany? But
Dylan, between her and her father, that's why they brought in the expert to go through their messages and their calls. I don't know if it was actual deletion or if it was something that they're pulling up.
Okay.
We'll find out, but it is a good guess. I thought the same thing. Did you delete messages, or is this for something else? We'll see, I guess. I feel like she may have deleted certain things between her and her father, maybe because she was told to, or just because she chose to. I don't know, but just saying. Let me see. Snapchat, Instagram, photos, calls, other artifacts. Right. Yes. Thank you, Annie.
What's the name of the other app that they mentioned? Because I'd never heard of it, and I googled it.
Oh, the one. It's the one for the college.
Yeah.
Right now. What the hell was it?
I can't remember.
I can't either right now. And Fox, welcome, by the way. Why did Maddie Mogan not go away for the weekend? Because Kaylee was coming back. who brought her back. Yeah, that's another big issue I have too, you guys, is why did Dylan go and bring her back? Well, it was for this dance thing or whatever, but somebody else could have done it. Why did you have to bring her back? And Christy stated she didn't know she wanted to go back. Why? Your best friend's there. Why didn't you want to go back? You know what I mean?
It was Yik Yak.
Yik Yak, thank you. Yes, there it is.
So the whole point of Yik Yak is it's anonymous.
Right. Keep talking, Nelly. I have to grab something. I'll be right back.
Yeah, sure. That's what I found interesting. There's Dylan pops on, I think it was Dylan, popped onto Yik Yak in the morning, and it's a college campus app, isn't it? But the point is that posts are anonymous. And I thought, I just found that interesting. I hear a lot of comments saying, well, Dylan was too traumatized. And I don't know how sitting in Bethany's room till just before midday, looking at jobs on Indeed and chilling out on socials is someone who's traumatized. I just can't connect any of these things. I don't know how you can go from freaking out with Bethany, both of them say they're freaking out, to the point Bethany says run, and then they're just sitting in Bethany's room allegedly until just before midday. I can't reconcile any of it making sense, because if they're just chilling out in Bethany's room, like we've all been drunk as students or as just going out with friends and, hanging out together and whatever. But in the morning, if you've gone down to someone's room, like I know Steve G in one interview said in 2 breaths, the girls were fearing for their lives. And in the next breath, he says they thought it was a prank. How can it be both? I don't get that. How can it be both? If they were fearing for their lives, then there's no excuse not to call 911. And why would you hang out in Bethany's room till, I don't know what time, 11:30, just before they called 911? Just doesn't make sense at all to me. Well, exactly, Canadian Cat Lady. Hi, by the way. I think there was a bathroom next to Bethany's room. But I would want to go back to my room. If I thought it was a prank, I wouldn't have any fear going upstairs. I would just go back to my room. Or I'd say, come on, let's go and see where they all are. Let's go and see if it was a prank. So why did they not go upstairs? Wouldn't you want a drink? A night after a night of drinking, certainly what Dylan drank, you'd be thirsty for a start. You'd go and get something from the fridge or from the kitchen. You'd go, come on, let's go and see where they are. Let's go and check out this prank. But they didn't. They just sat in Bethany's room.
Very good point. That's the weirdest part of that whole thing, especially with the way Bethany was acting on the 911 call in the very beginning when she said something happened in our house and we don't know what, and she's bawling her eyes out.
Yeah.
I don't believe. That's so strange to me. That is so weird to me that you didn't do anything but sit in that room all night. Why? You didn't walk out of that room just to check, just not one time after being that 8-hour period of time, not once. And what were you taking pictures of? That's the other thing I want to know.
Yeah.
Truly, that's what I want to know, what those pictures were.
Let's say, because I think their phone, I don't know the exact time, but the phone activity stopped around 4:30 a.m. Mm-hmm. They both said in their messages they were freaking out. Run down to my room. We don't know actually whether Dylan did run to her room or not, do we?
No, but here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, Nelly. If you didn't think anything happened other than somebody passed out, why you got to run? Why are you freaking out? Why are you saying I'm freaking out right now? Why that if you don't think anything bad happened? Why did you say something on the 911 call and then call it in as somebody that's passed out, and then making your police the police report that you have no idea, that you didn't hear nothing, you didn't see nothing. Why are there so many lies?
Yeah.
In essence, why? Okay, that's my problem. My biggest problem. I don't understand that. I just come out and tell the truth. Period. Or can you not do that? Okay.
And a huge red flag to me is when the 911 dispatch says she's obviously getting a bit shirty with them and says, I need to know, right, is someone passed out right now? Dylan says, I don't know. But can I tell you about what happened at 4 a.m. pretty much? So why are you calling 911 at midday to tell them about something that happened at 4 a.m. and she didn't even know if someone had passed out? And Bethany didn't mention that anyone had passed out on the call either. It was only Emily.
Exactly. And again, because somebody told her in the back, this is such a mess. Outcast just said he's been talking to Kara the past few days, and she believes the 911's call was staged. Okay.
I believe that. I do. That's just my personal opinion.
Here's my problem with it. We hear Bethany get on the line initially, okay? And she's crying. She's crying, saying the first few words she says have bugged me from the day that I heard it. That something bad happened or something's happening in our house, and I don't know. We don't know what it is, okay? And she's like bawling her eyes out in a sense, it sounds like. But then when you hear Xana, she sounds rather calm. And I'm not saying that people are different. Okay, that's fine. But in the background, somebody's telling Emily, and there was somebody here at 4 a.m., so on and so forth. It's like you're setting the stage for something, per se, and you want to make sure that that's heard. I'm not saying that's how it happened, guys. It's just a theory based on what I heard.
Yeah.
So it bugs me. It definitely bugs me.
If we look at everything as a whole, I'm sorry, for me, the roommates are way up there on the suspect list. Just from, and I've always wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt. And
of course.
And maybe they've been pressured into this. Maybe they're frightened. Well, maybe they were cleaning up other stuff in the house. I don't know, hiding something else.
Why was Bethany petrified to come back back to Idaho, and then she completely transferred out of Idaho and then into Nevada? Why didn't you finish schooling where you were? Why didn't you want to come back at that point to talk about these? These were your friends. Why wouldn't you want to come back and explain that? But she was scared to death and didn't want to.
And the guy who's supposed to have done it is behind bars.
That's my point, Nelly, right there. If they have him in jail, you're protected, you're safe. What are you afraid of?
Yeah.
I don't get it. I don't understand that. I just don't. I don't. Let's see. We're Hunter and Kaylee Jack's friends. Hunter and Kay. Yeah, I believe so. I do believe. Love Goldberg, welcome. Good to see you. Anybody else I haven't caught up with yet? Again, welcome. Again, guys, there's a link pinned at the top of the chat if you want to join us and voice your opinion, feelings, and thoughts during the discussion. Please do. Love to hear from you. Welcome, Phil. Good to see you. Wouldn't the killer hear Dylan run down the stairs if they're still in the house? But based on what we saw, Moto Man, that text message was sent after the murderer had left, per se.
But you know what, Dago? Dylan said in yet another interview she wasn't sure that the intruder left. She saw him walk towards the slider, but she wasn't sure he actually left. Right. Which one of us would run through a house and down dark stairs having seen an intruder? And why would Bethany expect Dylan to run? How did Bethany know her floor was safe? How did she know there was only one person in the house with a mask on?
Right.
I wouldn't. There's no way on earth I would run in the direction I saw an intruder dressed in black with a mask on.
Good point.
Not knowing where the hell they were at that point. I would say, I'm not running anywhere. I'm going out the back door.
I can agree.
Or actually, I'd say, let's call the cops. They didn't even discuss calling the cops.
Yeah, agreed. Agreed. I can definitely agree. Kaylee's sister's interview that was scrubbed in the beginning, she was asking for the public's help to identify the Jack character Kaylee was calling because it's not their Jack. Wait, what? It was Jack Decor they were trying to call. That was stated by them themselves.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
You're welcome to join us too, Outcast, if you feel like it, bud. Anyone could have made the calls from anyone's phones. No proof. Life after 2. That's a good point. And that's another thing. I maybe it was read into too much, but Stacy Chapin stated that 2 a.m. was a dark hour for a reason. Is there something there with that? You know what I mean? I don't know. What's up, bud? Good to see you, brother. Thanks for joining us
You
tonight.
hear me? Hey, what's up?
Yeah.
I don't have a lot of time. I got to take the kid to baseball practice. But I want to say that I have been talking to her mother. I'm not going to share the screenshots just for her privacy. And she was really adamant on it if I'm a YouTuber, and I told her I'm not. So
yeah,
seems like she didn't like YouTubers.
Well,
but
she went through some shit about a year or so ago and was taken highly advantage of. I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I will say is she's not convinced BK is the killer. She says maybe on him, but she doesn't think so. Okay. She definitely has a lot of theories. She's definitely was a drug addict during the time. She's been clean. She's been clean for the past 17 months. She's turned her life over to God.
Good.
And she's been clean for 17 months. And we've had conversations for like 5 hours. I've been talking to her a couple of days, and I know it's her, not a fake account. It's from Facebook.
Yeah.
And I've been trying to be nice to her and break in, just try to have talks with her. And so we talk. Go ahead.
One of my moderators, my videographer, actually, Molly, she's had many conversations with her via Facebook too, and stated the same thing because of what happened. Because I was trying to moderate for that interview she did with that other channel that I'm not going to speak on right now. Who was the other creator, you guys? Jules. Okay. Jules didn't do anything negative with her, but the other channel took advantage of her. And it was just a big disaster. And I felt so bad for Kara. I popped in and spoke to her during that for a short period of time just to let her know that we were supporting her and to give condolences. And then after that, luckily she got away because she was very highly taken advantage of. And I felt so bad for her. So I'm glad that she's talking to other people that are.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And I tell people, like, don't harass her, just leave her alone. Or I just, kind of didn't want to even tell anyone, but I just wanted her opinion. I was telling her, I just want your opinion. Like, what do you think? So we went down a little, hole, but she told me she was messed up on drugs during the time. And she got really more messed up because of, her daughter just was killed.
Absolutely.
So it led her down that hole. But she's changed her life around. And then I was like, I was talking to her, and then I was like, well, what do you think? And she said, honestly, she's like, David Loach and that fraternity and the college president. And I was like, what do you mean? And, she kind of like, I don't know, she's beating around it, but she told me for a fact there was a fight that night, and it was with David Loach.
She told us that too, yeah.
And Xana did call her father about the fight and told him about it. So we're trying to figure out, I'm going to talk to her more and more, but that's where she was. But she says she has a lot of theories, but she feels like it's kind of meaningless because of where we're at right now. She's like, until they come, she's like, I do forgive them people, but because it's changed her life, but she still thinks they have to, pay for what they've done. And she's just not sold on BK. She says that maybe it could be him, but she's just not sold on that fact solely that it was him. You know what I mean? She can't say, oh, I can't count him out of it. But
right.
I don't think that, she thinks, from my opinion, she thinks it was satanic ritual, which might sound crazy, but the way she's looking at it is that that's how demonic it was. So,
well, and she's recently found God, so that's going to be a little more prevalent in her life, and she's going to see things in certain ways. So I get that. I'm super happy to hear that she's done that. I'm super 17 months. That's amazing. God bless her. That's amazing.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. So, and then I did play her the 911 phone call. I gave it to her because I was like, "Have you heard the one that I made?" And I didn't say I made it, but I made her own personal thing to send it to her. And she's like, "No, I haven't." So I
Okay.
sent her the 911 call, and she's like, "Holy shit!" So now she's listening to it, and she's like, "I think I hear other stuff too." And I was like, "Wow, that's amazing." So me and her are kind of breaking this shit down together. And I was like, "Yeah." But we talked to like 5:30 in the morning. I was like, I'll let you go, get sleep, and we'll pick this up, maybe tomorrow night and see where we go. So
Good deal.
We'll see what happens, So
I mean, it's good because, like I said, I didn't think she had a whole lot of people, family or anyone really to lean on during this, and I felt really bad for her after that whole interview we had with her.
For sure,
it was just the whole situation was taken advantage of, and I did not like that. So, it is just bad considering what she went through. Horrible stuff. So God bless her. Congratulations. I'm very, very happy for her for doing what she did. That's a long time, and especially to dealing with what she lost. That's big time. So yeah,
for sure. Well,
go ahead, dude. Do your thing.
I was gonna let you guys go. I gotta take my kid to baseball. It's first practice. I'll be back later if you guys are on, and we can talk more about it. And 100%. It is what it is. I just figured I'd hop in and let you guys know, like, someone's parent in this case whose child died doesn't believe the fucking narrative.
Yep.
So we got to keep that in our heads. We can listen to all these YouTubers and all their conspiracy theories and all their rabbit holes, but coming from her kind of solidifies it for me that, okay, I'll keep digging into this because
there's something more to it, right?
There's something more to it. But I'm going to let you guys go. It's good talking to you. It's good seeing you, and I'll catch you later.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, bro. Thanks again.
All right, bye.
All right. Yeah, guys, can we drop out drop his link in the chat? Sorry. He does really, really great audio stuff, and he's been following up with this as well. So please, he supported our channel a lot. So drop Outcast link in the chat if we can, please, and thank you. I appreciate that, you guys. Go check him out. Check out what he's been doing with the audio stuff. You guys won't be disappointed. I absolutely have absolute faith in that. Annie says Kara's probably right. Steve did say the gross things that were going to come out, and that is facts. He did. Very good point, Annie. Very good point. Awesome stuff. Thanks for joining us, Outcast. Hope to see you again soon, bud. Appreciate you. Wow, very interesting. Yeah, we're putting the link in chat now, Phil. We just have to find it. That's all. Go ahead now. You were going to say something.
No, just oh god, I think it's gone now. Hang on, that's my brain these days.
I do it all
the time.
Come
back to that. Sorry, it'll come back.
Yep, absolutely.
But just what Outcast said there and what Cara has said, it's interesting the Gonsalveses are the only ones out there. The others have just completely backed off, haven't they?
Well,
completely backed off.
The Chapins said they don't want anything to do with this. They want to move on with their life, and I truly respect that. I get it wholeheartedly. And I think Ben has been there, but I think that Steve has kind of been speaking for most everybody except for Kara.
Yeah, true.
And so be it, if that's fine, if that's what they choose. Maybe during the, I can understand the Chapin side of this. I still would want to see justice for my child. That's all I'm saying. But the way that their family is, and with their religion and all this kind of stuff, that they've accepted what happened, as horrible as it is, but they want to be able to move forward in their life. And if they stick with this and keep going and going to the trial, it's never going to go away. And that's basically how they explained it. And I respect that. I do. So
yeah, I get that.
It's just so sad. It is so sad that it had to come to this. You know what I mean? It doesn't. I have a bad feeling about this, and I've said this before, and I'm not going to put a full-blown scenario out, but I do feel very comfortably at this point stating that I do believe that this definitely has something to do with a rug situation. Okay, I truly feel that way. I don't believe that this has anything to do with Brian at this point, and or jealousy about the girl's relationship that never made sense to me ever, but it is what it is. Moto Man, I don't think Steve is sold on BK. I think he's I get it, buddy. And I know that Christy wants this to be over. Based on what I've seen with her interviews, thank you for the super chat, brother. I appreciate you very much. Steve made a statement once that he's open to there being others involved, but I think that because Christy wants this done, Christy has stated more than once, that's it. It's him. I'm done with it, and I get it. You know, you want it out of your mind. You don't want to have to think about this. I understand that wholeheartedly. But I also feel like these kids, and they're kids to me. I know they were adults, but they're kids to me. These kids deserve real justice, and so do their families, whether they see it or not. And putting the wrong person in jail for this and taking his life, that's not real justice, you guys, and we know that. Okay, we all know that. So I don't know. I don't know. I'd like to see what the reaction is from the Gonsalves family after the alternate suspects list comes out. That's something I'm really curious about. I'm actually kind of anxious. Like my anxiety's been riding me because of this multiple alternate suspects list that they're going to put out. I'm really, really wanting to hear this. Especially,
well, I'm wondering now if it's the Davids, because actually, if we think about perhaps why Maddie called Bethany was allegedly at Sigma Chi until 1:45 with Xana and Ethan.
Yeah.
She would have seen, of course, there's no cameras at Sigma Chi, so was it all kicking off? You know, was it to do with what happened at Sigma Chi? Again, what a coincidence that there was a fight that night.
That's absolute. That's absolute. And again, that all could wrap itself up in with what was talked about on the way to the grub truck between the girls too. That fight and everything else could be, this all could wrap itself together, in my opinion. You know what I mean?
And, you know, if the 4chan theory is correct, Maddie had her cards marked too.
Right. Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
Kaylee, they said, didn't they, that Kaylee wasn't part of the plan, but they had beef with Xana, Ethan, and Maddie. And those are the two rooms that were attacked. You're muted, Dago.
Exactly. Let's see if I can make this any bigger.
The other thing that's what I was going to say earlier, just briefly, logistics. So you got Brian, who doesn't, I mean, I might be completely wrong. This is pure speculation. He doesn't strike me as the bravest person on the block.
I can agree on that.
He's gone into this house, okay, say he is a psychopath and has decided tonight's the night. We know that Xana was awake. We know that Dylan was awake. So he's going to have to go in and attack Xana, who's awake. Is Ethan sleeping through that? How is he, how is he actually physically taking out all these people by himself? Because while he's attacking one, the other one isn't being attacked and is no doubt screaming the house down.
And trying to defend the other one, yes.
Yeah. It doesn't make any sense.
Well,
especially with Ethan.
Right. Yeah. I agree. Very much so. I very much so, Nelly. I've always thought there was more than one person. Okay. And I cannot imagine Brian Koberger standing up against Ethan Chapin, fighting and winning, mind you. Okay.
Yeah.
So real quick, just to review some of these, I've been wanting to look at these anyway again. December 12th, 2022. They are most definitely be looking for a killer, and worse yet, a murderer, and worst of all, a serial killer. I'm no psychologist or detective, though, so take that with a grain of salt. Some of these were really messed up, and some of these people were insane that were putting some of this out, but that was disgusting. It made me just like want to throw up some of this shit that people put out here, but that's not the right. That's the only one that shows, and I don't like that one. There was a bunch of other though that told their own stories, per se, and I had to wonder. I put it all off as bullshit in the beginning, but now that we see all these other things coming out, I had to wonder: is there something to any of this? You know what I'm saying?
I think the original 4chan post, when they said it was 19 minutes and it was the Davids and
Yes.
when I was in sixth form, there were 2 girls in my sixth form and they gave me the creeps. And as far as I know, they've never done anything, but they spent their whole time planning murders. Truly, truly bizarre. But it came out in this 4chan post that these Davids had been planning doing something like this for quite a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact there was a fight that night and it had been planned and allegedly they were on roids, or one of them was, at least, I believe. Again, all of the theories we're discussing, to me, has got far more behind them than Brian.
Yes.
It's crazy to me that they think that Brian's some Ted Bundy who let Dylan live.
Agreed. Trying to find something here. Hold on one moment.
Did you see the photo of, I get the Davids muddled up. I think it was David Barakoa.
Yeah.
Pictured with Scott Green. I did. That is propaganda, in my opinion.
Yes, ma'am. That's another thing I have issues with too, is why Scott Green has been involved in every aspect of the investigation.
The other thing, I looked at his Facebook page the other day, and the only thing he put up about those murders on his Facebook page was something like vandals strong.
Yeah.
And I thought, that is, to me, we're sticking together.
Yes, ma'am.
There was nothing else about those murders on his page. No memorial, no statement, no nothing about the victims. All he's got up is, I think it's vandals strong. And I thought, it gave me the creeps. I just thought, that is saying nothing is gonna break us.
Yeah, that's what he said, though. He said that they stand strong and they stand together. Well, guess what?
Yeah. I think that is the crux of it all.
Right. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. I do agree. And he makes me highly uncomfortable. He always has. I don't like, and it's weird to me that's the house he was born in, that he is who he is, that there's, a bunch of other things going on. And truly, the thing that bugs me the most, okay, is it really, it's the fact that everything with the investigation that has gone on, that we've read about, talked about, and everything else, he's involved in it, and he's not supposed to be. Okay, he's not supposed to be able to know what's going on in a police investigation, but he's in the meetings with them all the time. That blows my mind. I just don't like that. Can you hear me, Nellie?
I can hear you. Yeah, I think I'm really loud now.
I turned you down. It's okay. I got you.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yes, and I hope I'm not too loud.
I was playing with my microphone.
Yeah, I turned you down from that side. That's okay.
Sorry.
No, it's not your fault. I had some of these turned up, and to get the sound right is always a disaster.
It
Don't
is.
worry about it.
Yeah, I think you look back at Moscow PD and the university, they are just joined at the hip.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. Yes, ma'am. 100%. And they rely on each other. They absolutely rely on each other.
Yeah.
Nellie, can you excuse me for one moment? It's my turn now to use the little boy's room. I'll be right back.
Awesome Town Matt, is that better? I'm sorry if I'm super loud. Hang on, I'll try and. I didn't. Oh, okay. Sorry. I think I had no mic at all at one point, and I think I put everything up to max. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's small town survival, and I think they needed an outsider. They needed. I mean, those students went home for Thanksgiving. If they hadn't caught someone fast, not only would students have left, but they wouldn't have had anyone joining them. And that town, city, would have been black marked for years. Nobody would want to send their kids there. And what better way than. Oh, and the other thing I found really interesting was Steve G was really ranting about law enforcement, and then he made this announcement he was getting a private investigator, and very shortly after that they found someone. And I can't help feel that they couldn't have him getting a private investigator in, because God knows what that private investigator would have found. And I think they moved super fast to find someone to fit what they needed, which was an outsider at a different university who was a lone perpetrator they could put behind bars, and everyone can carry on again as normal. That's what I think. And yeah, and then spread BS to the family. That's just my theory. That's what I think went on. I think that's what went on in Delphi. They needed to get someone. Yeah.
Thank you, SRB. Oh, Delphi. Oh my God. I just showed some stuff today. I played a video, audio, and it shows or you can hear him say clearly, honey, I have to say what I'm saying. There's somebody sitting here listening right now. Nelly, I am so inside out about the Delphi case. It pisses me off so bad every time I talk about it.
Mm.
This man is sitting in prison, and I know for a fact he had nothing to do with this, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Truly.
Yeah. He's actually factually innocent. They've got nothing.
Exactly.
And my heart breaks when that I knew the verdict was coming out at some point, and I'd driven off somewhere to town, and I was getting really nervous about it. And I remember thinking, I don't want to hear it, because I know what it's going to be. I know what it's going to be. And when I heard, I cried.
I got a little upset myself. There's nothing wrong with that, because we know, based on what we know, you feel bad for him, his family, his daughter, his wife, they're going through this for no reason. Okay. And so is he himself. It's insane. And it's scary. I mean, you're not even in this country and it bothers you. That says a lot. Okay. That says a whole lot to me. And I appreciate that you have that feeling and that heart. You know what I'm saying? That means a lot. That says a lot. So for people that are not even in this country to see this and go, that is, the injustice is so bad, and it brings tears to your eyes. That says a lot about this situation and all these situations. So I just have to say that. Probably a good point, Angel. Good point.
Yeah.
We can use initials, you guys.
Sorry. I know
No, it's not your fault. You're fine.
Just kind of chatting away, and yeah.
It just happens. No worries.
I don't know about you guys. This case, I do wake up thinking about it. Sometimes it's the first thing on my mind, and
same here.
I just really hope and pray that the truth comes out for the victims. I get really upset when people think that we're just pro burgers and all the rest of it. It's not. It's just I personally don't want a fifth victim. You know,
we're about truth and justice. That's what it is.
Yeah.
That's the truth, the absolute truth. It's not about, loving Brian or wanting to whatever, but we just want to see the real truth come out and the absolute truth and the right person or persons, because I do feel there's more than one, to be punished for committing this crime and taking these lives. It's a horrible thing. So that's what it's all about. You know,
what did you guys think about this? He navigated pages linked with deletion of an Amazon account. How do you feel about that?
That's a big thing. Multiple people are upset with that and misunderstanding it and not truly understanding that situation, me included. SRB has issues with that. Annie, if you're in here, I would love to know your take on this whole Amazon thing and understanding what your understanding is and how you feel about that. That's a great question. And that's what tonight again is all about. With this Amazon thing, Annie, what are your thoughts, and anybody else for that matter too? What are your thoughts on that? I think it's been misrepresented by the prosecution purposely, of course, to help their case. I do not believe that it's what they're saying, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. When I first saw it, I thought, I'll be honest with you, if I saw something that really convinced me, I'd be relieved. I'd be, okay, I think they've got the right guy then. Thank God for that. And I would. So when I first saw that, I thought, oh, I don't like that. What is that? And then the way it was worded, I thought initially he's gone in and deleted his purchase history or something. And then I made a point of rereading it. And it doesn't say anything like that. It doesn't say that he tried to delete something. It doesn't say he deleted something. It said he navigated pages linked with deleting your account.
Yep.
Surely if he deleted it or tried to delete it, it would say that. So that makes me think they're being clever, in inverted comments, with how they word this to make people think that he was going to delete his account. So I was kind of, okay, well, it's a bit like him sorting through the trash or putting stuff in his neighbor's trash. If he put something of significant in his neighbor's trash, I think we'd know what it was by now.
Sure. Yes, ma'am.
So I'm kind of putting it in that box at the minute and sitting back.
Gotcha. Absolutely. Welcome, Miss Potts. Thank you for joining us. How are you this evening?
Oh, well, hello.
Thank you for being here. I appreciate you so very much.
Well, thanks for having me up.
Anytime. You know, you can open invitation. The door's always open for you. So, yes, thank you for being here.
I know I told you I'd try to hop up later when you were on later. So, is my audio okay? I mean, I don't even know.
Yeah, you sound, as far as I can tell, you sound pretty good. Let me double check, make sure. Everybody in the everybody else in chat, does she sound okay to everybody? Please let me know so I can adjust it as needed. See what everybody says here. Say something else real quick, Annie, please.
Hello.
Yeah, sound good actually. Thank you. Okay. So what is your Nelly, what is your thought, Annie, on this whole stupid Amazon thing and the click thing and all that?
I don't know. I mean, obviously it's a bad fact, right? I think we can all agree it's a bad fact for the defense that he just so happened to have purchased a K-bar knife, a sheath, and a sharpener. But I noticed that like neither side is saying that the knife and sheath he purchased, that the sheath has the USMC logo.
That's true.
On it. So, you know, it's interesting. I noticed nobody's talking about that at all. And I feel like that's something that the state would like absolutely jump on, right? Like, oh, we know it's the same fucking sheath because it's got the USMC stamp. There's it. Each knife has its own serial number and shit.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, it's going to be interesting if we find out that the knife purchase was actually, I mean, it was in June. So I'm of the opinion that it could have been a Father's Day gift
Yep.
Right, like whether he gave the gift card to his dad for Father's Day and then his father used it to purchase the knife, or he got his dad the gift card, but then decided maybe that would not, he wanted to get him something more sentimental, you know?
Yep. Yes, ma'am.
And then he decided to use the gift card to get his dad the knife.
Absolutely.
I'm just under because of the timing, right, for June.
Yep.
That's, you know, Father's Day month. And so, you know, but then again, hey, we don't really know, right?
No, but that's a very, very good speculation. I've thought the same thing. In fact, the Father's Day thing, you brought that up before, and I just was like, holy shit, that's a great idea. You know what I mean? And I was talking to my wife about what you said just right there. I said, maybe he got the gift card and thought, you know what? This is dad. That's not personal enough. So let me do this because I know he likes the knives, and boom, boom, boom. And he did it that way. 100% makes sense.
Well, if I remember correctly, too, Michael Koberger's father was a Marine.
Yes, he was. Thank you very much.
Or maybe it was his Michael Koberger's grandfather that was a Marine. It was either the father or the grandfather. I forget which one, but
it was Brian's grandfather the way I heard it. It was Brian's grandfather, which would be Michael's father, right?
Right. That's what I thought too.
Yeah.
Somewhere on the dad's, you know, side, there's either a dad or granddad, something who was a Marine. So
yep.
Makes sense that maybe he'd want to, you know, get his dad something like that. But it's going to be interesting if we find out, the knife and sheath he purchased doesn't have the USMC logo. That obviously would blow the case wide open, in my opinion.
I agree.
Right?
I agree.
If the knife he allegedly purchased doesn't have the USMC logo on the sheath, that's kind of a problem. And it would even be more of a problem if, like, Michael Koberger himself is like, the knife and the sheath never left Pennsylvania. They were with me because it's mine and it's not his.
Amen.
Right.
And that could be the testimony that if they do bring them up, there could be something that would break this wide open too. That's a very big, absolutely.
Have they even?
I mean, I'm just.
Sorry.
Oh no, you go right ahead.
I was just going to ask you, Miss Potts, if you have heard anywhere or seen in any document that his knife and sheath are even missing.
No, not yet.
No.
I would have thought they would have made a point of saying that they couldn't locate them. Wouldn't they make a point of saying that?
I mean,
maybe not. It depends because of what they're,
okay.
You know, how they're what the case is going.
Yeah, keeping things back.
So here's a K-bar, you guys, that's got the same damn sheath, the same knife, okay, the same snap, but guess what it doesn't have on it? The USMC stamp. They make tons of these, okay, and it looks just like the other one, except that stamp is not on it, and that'd be huge if it didn't have that. Okay, I'm just saying. I
noticed that, like, the state has not, and I feel like, so because we have Jeff Nye already saying in open court at the last hearing that the only piece of evidence connecting Koberger to the crime scene is the DNA from the sheath.
Yep.
That sheath is, if that sheath is not a match to the one he purchased, furthermore, if the knife and sheath he allegedly purchased never left the state of Pennsylvania, doesn't it make sense why Blaker is in getting a search warrant claiming he's looking for knives and sheaths in Brian's apartment?
Yeah.
And they can't find knives and sheaths because at this point, by the time Moscow Police Department and all of them are securing their arrest warrant and search warrant for Brian Koberger, at that point, the FBI has already done all the work for them.
Right.
The FBI has already gotten his Amazon records. The FBI has already gotten his phone records. The FBI could see, oh yeah, this motherfucker purchased a K-bar back in June.
Yep.
Know what I mean?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
But then they're
Absolutely.
going and they're searching the place. He's already left. They're looking for knives and sheets. Obviously, they're probably not going to find it there. I'm just of the opinion that there's more to the story with the knife purchase, and whether or not it actually even went to Washington with him.
Very good point. And you know something else that Sarge brought up a while back, Annie? Brian.
You're muted.
Damn microphone, sorry. Being that Brian was trying to get jobs within law enforcement, studying to work in law enforcement, so on and so forth, I'm gonna guess, and being the type of personality he kind of promotes, I guess you could say, in a sense, is gonna maybe be a law-abiding type person, okay, for lack of better terms.
Yeah.
And to travel from Pennsylvania all the way to Idaho with this in your car. This is the reach. This is the reach. I'm not saying this is true. It's just a thought. Do you think he would take this with him on a trip like that? That's what Sarge brought up, because it'd be kind of illegal to carry something that way, because of the size of blade and type of knife it is, so on and so forth. And I'm not saying he wouldn't do it, guys. I'm saying it's just a thought that Sarge brought up.
I don't see why you need the K-bar if you carry a Glock and 3 extra magazines.
There you go. Thank you.
Know what I mean?
Good point. Good point. That's what it was.
Allegedly, like. Allegedly they took a gun, and he had a gun at his bedside table.
Yeah.
Allegedly. When they raided his parents' house.
Mm-hmm.
So, the fact that he has a registered weapon, apparently, right? He's a legal carrier. It's just interesting to me. Someone who wants to go into law enforcement happens to be carrying a law enforcement issued standard issue weapon and 3 extra magazines.
Yep.
And, even with his stop on Farm Road and Pullman Road,
mm-hmm.
with Corporal Duke, they want to use that as the unrecognized, like 404B evidence and whatever.
Yeah.
And, the judge is saying that basically, other than where the plate can be identified, that, for identity purposes, not going to play the rest, the body cam, that it could be prejudicial to Brian. And I'm thinking to myself, bullshit. This is just my opinion. I personally think they don't want to play that whole body cam because Brian is absolutely asking questions about, well, why do you need my number?
Yeah.
Right.
That's a good point. Yep. Yeah.
We know in his other stops, he's a very inquisitive person, and he's asking them all about their laws, about why they do things. Well, why can't I do this? Or why can't I do that? Or can you just tell me the law on it?
Right.
And also,
now maybe some jurors would look at that as he's being, maybe he's being a dickhead or something. But I look at it as, maybe that's also going to bias the state a little if the jurors themselves agree with him. You're like, yeah, why?
Yep.
Why did you stop him? And why do you need this information? All you're doing is writing him the damn ticket. Give him the ticket and send him on his way.
Agreed. Yep.
The noise complaint where Kaylee comes out with Hunter?
Yes.
How many of us ask, why does he need her ID and her phone number and everything? We all ask the same question.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it just so happens to be, too, that he is getting the stop from Corporal Duke, literally, it's less than 6 hours after her ID is photographed.
Oh,
okay.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't know that.
It's on the same day. His is at 11 o'clock at night, and I think hers is 5 something in the afternoon is that body cam, so it's on the same day.
Oh, good.
And according to the judge, because he was stopped on Farm Road and Pullman Road, this directly connects him to the crime scene because he was pulled over 7 minutes from the house in August.
Oh, wow. See, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
The judge just issued his memorialization of everything that happened at the hearing. And that's one of the things that he's talking about in there is that, the whole thing is just wild to me. Like, honestly, the more I read through some of this stuff, like Dylan's credible, but Cyree is a conspiracy theorist, and
Yeah, right.
it's like we live in opposite land, you know?
100%. Complete different dimension. Right. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. And that whole knife thing, guys, I've always thought that was a gift. Again, here's another reason why, just to bring this back to, I was thinking about it earlier and I forgot. He bought the knife, the sheath, and a sharpener. I just don't, it sounds like a gift. Do you know what I'm saying? It sounds like a gift to me. Here's your knife, here's the knife and a sharpener. You know what I mean? That sounds like a gift to me. I don't know. I can't let that go. I'm just saying.
Oh, I agree. Especially because it was in June.
Yeah.
I automatically was like, oh, well, Father's Day.
And him and his dad were close. We know that, obviously. So, absolutely.
I mean, probably the main thing right now that I'm focused on is I can't wait to hear exactly how the state is going to explain cohesively and concisely to the jury how they got from the DNA on the sheet to the trash in PA without using the FBI or IGG.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah, that needs to be explained in court 100%. I agree.
Like, because Brett Payne has already testified that he did not know anything about Brian Kohberger until December 19th via the FBI IGG tip. That's already on record. So Bill is trying to say they're thinking about just having Payne testify. He got this tip, on or around the 19th, but on or before the 19th. And I'm like thinking to myself, okay, well, what are you going to use though? Because it can't be CODIS. CODIS didn't produce any hits, right? You can't say the FBI gave you a tip because you can't mention FBI. You can't mention IGG. So how do you explain to the jury how you got from the DNA on the sheet all the way to Pennsylvania trash pull?
Yep. Yeah. Yep. That's wait. Go back and say that one more time, Annie, the way you just did the last part there.
I said, how do you explain to the jury that you got from the DNA on the sheet to the trash pull without CODIS or FBI or IGG?
Thank you. Think about that, you guys.
None of those three things gave you a tip.
Nope.
And you can't say the WSU car. It's not the WSU giving you the tip either, because WSU tip didn't come until December 20th.
Right. Yep.
So you can't just have Brett Payne all of a sudden pop up on the stand to say, well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just a general tip sometime on or before the 19th of December. And then the judge is saying, and that's excusable. The jury allegedly won't even be able to expand on that and ask, well, what do you mean? What was the tip?
Yep.
Because in a sense, what you're doing is you're depriving that person of the right to confrontation. They have a right to confront the evidence used against them. You've already stated on record under oath that you did not get to him until FBI IGG. So how do you change that now?
Right. That's a good point. Real quick, Annie, do you remember, because without looking it up, I have it here, but I have to go dig for it. What was the date? Did they have the date of the knife purchase?
It's like June something. I feel like they said it was like the beginning of June.
Right. Like in the
I don't remember the exact date, but I think it's the beginning of June.
And we keep referring to, you guys, as Father's Day is in June. Okay. I don't know when Michael's birthday is, but Father's Day itself is in June. And that that matches up
Mhm.
for a good Father's Day gift. Okay. It could have been,
Mhm.
something that they even talked about. Michael, I'd love to saw the knife somewhere. I'd love to get one of those. They have, mind you, a family account on Amazon. Okay. It could have been something that
Yeah,
we
and
seen.
it's interesting that the state is using Shane Cox, who's not the Amazon expert. The defense has an actual Amazon expert, and that expert is saying that the amount of data that would need to be forensically gone through to
Uh-huh.
make the determination that yes, it absolutely, especially on a family account, you'd have to forensically audit that information to make the opinion or the assertion that it was definitely him who bought the knife and the
Right.
sheath and the sharpener.
I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure in March. I think he bought it in March.
No, the gift card, if I remember correctly, the
Oh, the
gift card was the purchase in March or April, and then the knife purchase was in June.
Yes.
Oh, okay, thank you. I thought
Yeah.
something was in March. Okay.
Hey, Heather, good to see you
Now,
tonight.
I see. Oh, there's for fuck's sake, Fitziana. Hi, darling. Hi, right brain. So I
Keep
just
going.
saw.
I'm gonna
Wait, you
grab my.
just had somebody's. Wait,
I'm
you
gonna
just
grab
had
my.
somebody's thing.
God, I'm sorry, Andy. I don't mean to interrupt you. Keep talking. I can still hear you. I'm grabbing my coffee. I'll be right back. Keep.
No, there was someone's comment you had highlighted, but now it's gone, and I don't know where it went.
Oh. Hold on. Let me get back up to it.
Something about an informant.
Yes.
I don't know if they can all of a sudden claim it just like a confidential informant. Then again, I don't know. Maybe the defense is trying to force them to cough up their dirty little informant. I have no idea.
Well, they're not allowed to. They're not allowed to surprise the other side with anything. Neither side's allowed, so they have to give them a heads up at some point, I believe. I could be wrong, but
I do think it's funny when I hear people say that, like, the state, you just wait till trial. The state has so much more. And I'm like, that's legally not allowed.
Yep.
Even if they did. Right. Even if they did have more. Legally, by law, you cannot do trial by ambush. You can't just hold off till the very last minute and try to pretend you all of a sudden have this brand new evidence that you've been sitting on for years. You know what I mean? That's why they have discovery deadlines and things like that. The state's already months past their discovery deadline, and she was still picking up discovery that day. And Judge Hippler didn't admonish the state in any way for the fact that they're still trickling in discovery months past their deadline. But yet he's admonishing her towards the end about, oh, well, why didn't you make me aware of this discovery issue back in September? And I'm thinking to myself, like, dude, there's 23 supplemental requests for discovery in this case. There's multiple motions to compel discovery in this case. And back in January, the defense specifically asked him to order that the state get all of their hot documents, everything they plan to rely on from discovery, Brady material, etc., organized, gathered, and they asked that the judge give them 2 weeks to organize their discovery along with hot documents and turn it over to the defense. And he literally ignored that request from the defense.
Yeah. And they've got till May something to put forward their third party, their alternate suspect.
Their
evidence.
alternate perpetrator, which is pretty fucked up too. And here's why that's fucked up. I'm going to tell you why that's fucked up. Because technically, under Idaho rule, you would not normally have to present your alternative perpetrator evidence until trial. But because the state filed the motion in limine for the alternate suspect evidence, now what has happened is that, well, now the judge gets to see it first. That's going to be seen outside of the jury. And the judge is going to decide if it's going to be presented at trial.
Yeah.
Do you see why that's kind of a due process violation? it could be considered like a unless the defense agrees to it. But I mean, if I'm the defense, I'm going to be like, no. If I don't have to proffer the evidence of the alternate suspects until trial, then that's exactly when I'm going to do it. I don't care if it throws a wrench in the state's case. That's the point.
It's one rule for the prosecution, another for the defense. And it's so obvious. It's embarrassing.
I'm of the opinion he's going to do with the alternate perpetrator evidence what he did with Cyray's affidavit. He's going to file it under conspiracy theory, and it won't be allowed in.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's just my opinion.
This is the second Delphi, isn't it?
Well, the good thing is he gets automatic appeal. So,
yeah.
And, Supreme Court justices are probably not going to look too kindly on the fact that we have multiple, in my opinion, this is just my personal opinion, it is a due process violation, taking away the right of the defense to present the alternate perpetrator evidence at trial. You're going to force them to cough it up now, and you're going to decide if it even gets in. That's bullshit.
I agree. Sorry it took so long. My K thing didn't want to heat up, so my apologies.
I would ask for that. I would fight that. That's just me. Maybe they want it. I don't know. Maybe the defense is fine with it. I'm not sure, but
yeah.
Hey guys, I'm gonna jump down. It's late here and I gotta be up early, so I'm gonna shoot. Okay.
What time you got there, Nelly? What time is it?
It is. Sorry, I can't even see my clock. Hang on, it's late. It's 10 past 12, 10 past midnight.
Okay. Gotcha.
So
well,
good night.
Yes, thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me, and I will see you soon.
Yes, ma'am. Have a great night, and don't work too hard tomorrow.
No. Good night, guys. Bye.
Have a great one. Thank you, Nelly.
Good night.
Welcome, Candy Girl. Good to see you. They probably will keep that hearing closed to the public too long. Well, maybe. Does anybody in here, since we're doing this, because Annie, in my opinion, is almost an expert with these damn documents. Does anybody have any questions?
I don't know shit, Dago. I don't know shit. So
you do know. You're a liar. You're lying right now. Them documents, you've read to me those documents like a professional. Certain things. But is there anything about, there's a couple of people that had some questions that I don't understand with the documents myself. I can get most of it, but there's some things that you explained to me that I had no clue about, and you explained it very clearly. So that's why I was asking if there was any questions anybody had about the documents that we still don't understand.
Well, I got to tell you, the fact that this judge believes that if you were stopped in August within 7 minutes of the King Road home, that connects you to the crime scene is wild, right? That is the most wild shit I've ever heard. If you wanted to be able to identify him, his vehicle, you could do that with the videos you got from the DMV in Washington. You could do that with the later traffic stop in October from Pullman. They want to use this particular one because it is the only evidence they have of him in Moscow at night.
Right.
And that is why they want to use this particular body cam. But the fact that this judge is trying to somehow link the fact that because he was pulled over months before the crime, 7 minutes from the home, somehow links him to the crime scene. That's the most wild shit I've ever heard.
It's almost like, did he really say that? He's not really serious. He's making a joke right now. You know what I mean? That's how I thought.
He's dead ass.
I know. That's the scary thing. And that's what one of the things that worries me about him. It really does. Tinsel, there's a link pinned in the top of the chat. If you don't see it, you're welcome to join as well. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm trying to read chat, but I can't. Listen, I'm on my phone, okay? My laptop, absolutely, in the middle of my live the other night. I was trying to do a live on Easter and finish reading the documents. I'm not even joking you. I had to end the live with "fuck this" because apparently my audio is so bad.
Somebody said they heard you say it at the end of the stream. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. These computers.
Well, I normally do check my chat, but this night in particular, I just right off the rip started reading docs, and I can't see my chat when I'm in the other window reading. So apparently for like 20 minutes, everybody's trying to tell me how bad my audio was, and Fitzy's texting me, but I wasn't checking my phone. So by the time I realized how bad it was, I was just like, fuck this. I just clicked out and left.
Absolutely. I get it. I promise you. These computers they're something else. Phones too, all of this stuff. It's something else. I'll tell you that's a fact.
Well, we've been having like a lot of solar activity and stuff too, which will interfere with your electronics big time. But I'm telling you, so like my laptop literally just went black. My mic is fried. I have to get a whole new laptop and I have to get a whole new mic. It is what it is.
Oh my God. Wow.
Yeah. So all I got right now is my phone.
Jeez, I'm sorry to hear that happen. But yeah, there have been a lot of issues like StreamYard, YouTube, computer stuff, all sorts of crazy things happening. So that makes sense with the solar stuff. We heard that the other day too. You sound great.
I am me says my audio's great today. Yeah, because I'm on my phone.
Yeah, it's very, very clear. Tandy, good to see you, dear. Welcome back. I didn't say it earlier. I'm sorry. Let me see here. I'm trying to find.
So, I mean, yeah, listen, I know a lot of people say that I'm like a pro burger or whatever, right? And I know me and you have talked about this many times. I've said it myself on my own channel.
Same here.
I don't know. None of us know whether or not he did anything, if he's involved. But I can tell you right now, I am of the opinion, at very minimum, there are two people who are not going to assist the defense and helping Brian or his accomplices get away with murder. And those two people are Josiah Roloff and Cy Ray.
Yeah.
They are not in the business of helping people get away with murder.
Yes, ma'am. Agreed. And that is, what do you think is going to happen with Cy, Annie? Like, how do you think, excuse me.
Well, Cy's in for alibi.
Right. So do you think they're going to allow other questioning?
Well, it depends on, well, listen, here's the thing, right? Hitler's saying, oh, well, if Special Agent Balance denies that he had these timing advance reports, it's interesting he puts that in there, but he doesn't also put in there, conversely, if Balance admits.
Yeah.
This is what's going to happen. So we have a consequence for if Balance denies it, but there is no consequence, apparently, if he admits it. Furthermore, even if fuck Balance, let's leapfrog over him, subpoena Boyd Jackson.
Right.
Subpoena them both. Let Balance testify first. See if he is going to lie. See if he is going to deny it. And then you call up Boyd Jackson, because Boyd Jackson is absolutely not going to deny it.
And Boyd Jackson, that should have been something that was stated already. If that was in that document, in my opinion, where's he at? Hitler should have said, okay, we need to hear from him. He never said a word about that, and that bothered me a bit.
I'm of the opinion, more than likely, you're going to have we know Balance is going to be questioned outside of the jury by the defense, and I'm of the opinion that more than likely Boyd Jackson is going to be subpoenaed by the defense.
I would imagine too, yes.
I would subpoena them both.
And if Balance admits to it, that's going to change things too. I agree. I did.
Well, if Balance admits, it's not just one singular question, right? It's did you have the timing advance reports? Yes, I did. Did the state know you have them? Yes, they did. Did you provide them to the state? Yes, I did. That's the line of questioning that's going to happen.
Right.
Now, I'm of the opinion that Balance is not going to deny it, because Balance knows he got them.
I agree with you, and he's not going to put his name out there and look bad for anybody, in my opinion, and therefore, in turn, I believe he's going to tell the truth, and he's going to say he.
Well, let's not forget too that Cy is saying he was approached in 2021 by an FBI agent about timing advance reports.
Right.
I mean, wouldn't it be wild if we find out? And Cy says, I have that email communication. I have the email chain as proof of it. Wouldn't
Yeah.
it be wild if we find out it's Special Agent Balance who approached Cy Ray about the timing advance reports?
Yes, ma'am. That would be quite interesting. Quite
You
interesting.
know,
That would I all I want to see when that if that comes out and it's stated that way is I want to see Bill Thompson's face when that's stated clearly. That's what I
because
want.
think about it. Ann said, not only do I want to impeach him about that, I want to impeach him about a whole lot more.
Yep. Many things she said.
Right.
Those were her words, and I, boy, oh boy, I gotta wonder. Oh my
And
god!
you know,
That would
when
be
it comes
hilarious.
to like, I will, you know, Heather and I have talked about this before. We find out Special Agent Balance is the agent that approached Cy Ray about these timing advance records, I'm going to spontaneously combust into 1,000 bats and fly off into the moon, because that is going to be, I'm telling you, the absolute ripple effect. That's
Yes.
like detonating a nuke, right? That's literally like detonating a nuke in this case.
Yeah, oh, it would implode, yes, from the inside, and just that would be the end of it. That's it right there. And it would be, like you said, the
Hitler
ripple
already
effect.
said this is the shit that gets people disbarred.
Yes, he did. And it was funny because when he said that, Jennings' eyes kind of bugged a little bit at the same time. I thought that was interesting, but that's just me. So I'm just saying.
It's always, listen, I've always been of the opinion, all right, wait a minute. So these motherfuckers, right? Sorry, guys, if you're in Dago's chat and you don't know, I swear.
Don't worry about it. We
I
swear.
Dago doesn't, you know, I think Dago doesn't care because he knows, but if there's anybody in your chat that might be offended by me cussing, sorry, but I'm gonna probably cuss.
We've gone past that, so you're good. Do what you do.
So there's always been this thing that bothered me, and it's bothered me for so very long because of the timing. Now that we have a larger body of work to look at when it comes to text messages and who's calling who and when, right?
Yeah.
There is something that bothers me so much about knowing that at the same exact, literally within minutes of Maddie is calling Bethany, Kaylee's calling Jack. Both of their phones stopped making phone calls from that point on, and within a few minutes, his phone is also like allegedly. But then again, you know, and you have them talking about like he had two phones.
Yeah.
Linked to this one Google account, and when he's back in PA, he is trying to like literally locate this other device.
Right.
And they're saying, i.e., single decedent. They're referencing United States and government in Google Warrant 1, claiming that he is using this Google account to try to locate this other device, i.e., a single decedent.
Yeah.
That's always bothered me, right? Because I'm like, well, then who's the fucking single decedent they think had his other phone?
Right. Very good point. Very great question.
That's the thing that bugged me about it. Now, here's the thing. Do I think that he was like in the house killing people? No, I don't, because they're lying about where he was and when his phone went off the network.
Yep.
So if they weren't lying about that, if they weren't trying to misconstrue that information, I could probably, you know, believe more that maybe there's a potential he was at the house. But the fact that they went to the court, they misled not only the court, but the grand jury for indictment, never mind like what they did to obtain probable cause and arrest warrants and shit. They're saying that this phone is going off network at 2:47 southwest of Pullman and Moscow, right? When in actuality, his phone is still reporting for another 7 minutes, and he's still going in the opposite direction. He's
Right.
not heading towards Moscow.
And you can get a decent distance in 7 minutes, folks. Just saying.
Well, not even that. I'm more of the why, if you knew the 2:47 time is not accurate, and you knew this, you knew this from jump when you got his like call detail records and shit. December 23rd, you knew before he was even arrested, before you went and got your arrest warrant, that his phone is actually still reporting to the network until 2:54, and he is traveling in the opposite direction. He is not headed anywhere near Moscow.
Yep. Exactly. Why?
I don't. That is the thing that bugs me, because they've known it from jump.
Yep.
And yet they're still trying to roll with the net. And now even Hitler has conceded. Hitler has even now conceded in these final orders and stuff that, yes, the defendant's phone appears to, stop reporting to the network at 2:54.
Right.
Well, then that's pretty. What do you do about that? If now everybody concedes, oh, yep, actually, they got it wrong. Okay, well, that wrong data and that wrong information is exactly what was used to literally arrest him and hold his family at fucking gunpoint.
Yep.
In the middle of the night after Christmas.
And here he sits in jail awaiting this trial because of this. And if that's not true, why? Why? Period. Why?
But do you get what I'm saying? What's the remedy now for the fact that everything that you used to implicate him was actually incorrect?
Right. It doesn't exist now. That's what I'm saying. So, I agree with you. So now where do they go at that point? Truly, what are they going to do?
They have to go by, listen, the state's going to have to go by their probable cause affidavit narrative. It is what it is. So the state is going to have to go by their probable cause narrative that the phone is switched off at 2:47. Well, that's a problem, because the data will fucking absolutely debunk that.
Right. Yep. Very true.
It's just very interesting to me that they, not only did they know it, they still rolled with it even when they knew it was wrong. And even now that everybody knows it's wrong, including the current judge, the information and the data that was used to give the magistrate the appearance of probable cause to issue the search warrants and arrest warrants, that information was incorrect.
All right. Yeah. And they're still going with it. I mean, how do you think that's gonna play out, though? What could they possibly do, though, to change that at this point?
They're going to have to literally fight it out at trial. It's going to be a battle of the experts, and the state doesn't have.
No, and the defense does.
The state doesn't have, like, if anybody hasn't noticed, when you look at the state's expert witness list so far, I mean, I know they're not done with their expert disclosures yet, but so far, that list is, none of these people are actual experts. They're not subject matter experts in any of what they're going, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
You can't just claim to be an expert because you've done it for 20 years. Usually a subject matter expert, you have to take specific courses and classes and training for that.
Right. Yeah. Yes, you have to be a verifiable expert. That's absolute. Welcome, Elisanda. Very, very true.
Elisanda, ¿cómo está, mi amiga?
Very, very true. I had a question that popped up in here earlier. I don't know what you thought, Annie, about way back when. It's just, I don't know, somebody, and it's a good question. It's from a long time ago. And I seen it. Where did it? I think it rolled off already too. I don't even remember who asked the question, but if you're the person, you can say it was you or whatever. Brought up the fact. Remember when Gabriela Vargas was brought in as an expert and talked to so on and so forth, and so on and so forth. They went forward with that, and then they send the FBI to her house. You remember that whole situation?
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts on that? As to why? That was the question, basically.
Because she she didn't lie on the stand because she told the truth on the stand. And she, at a public hearing, made it known that there are ways for law enforcement to backdoor things and see things that they're not supposed to be able to see when doing IGG. And more importantly, it's the FBI more than anybody who can do that stuff. So, makes sense why they went and knocked on her door, right? Because she didn't lie. She told the truth, and now the world knows. And now the world knows even more. They didn't just access databases they're legally allowed to by uploading law enforcement kits that they pay for,
right,
and that have a chain of custody. They literally took DNA, pretended they were the owner of it, and uploaded it to databases that law enforcement is barred from using.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yep.
That would be like, so think about it, right? What do you think would happen to you or I or the regular average citizen if we took someone's DNA, pretended it was our own, and uploaded it paid the money to upload it to a database as though we owned it to be able to learn everything we wanted to learn about someone? What if we did that to an officer? Right? So, like,
Right.
why is an FBI agent, why would an agent be allowed to impersonate someone via stealing their DNA, by the way? They're
Yep.
taking DNA and pretending it's their own.
Right.
We would not be, I can tell you right now, I'm pretty sure that the charges levied against one of us if we attempted to pretend someone else's DNA as our own, especially if it's impersonation, right?
Oh my God, we'd be sent to Guantanamo Bay. Yes.
It's the FBI. So, like,
Right.
everybody's like, well, so what? Well, so what? Right? This is why they don't want to use it. This is also why the state knows they don't want to use it either, because the FBI is like, no fucking way are you going to let this be talked about in open court, right? And have the defense absolutely just exposing what we did with this DNA. If people know what we're doing,
that would completely destroy what they do on a regular basis, you guys. Absolutely.
Think about how many people would immediately demand their profile be removed from the database.
Exactly. And it would lock them down left and right. I'm sure they'd find a way around it because it's the FBI, but it would put a big stick in the spokes. Okay, it really would. It would just have a big stick in this and the bicycle spokes. And it'd slow them down. They don't want that. They've been doing this forever. Okay, so no, they absolutely do not want that to happen. Which, here's the tip or whatever the hell they're gonna say, but don't use this in court. Don't use this at all. Which they ignored that. So so be it.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure definitely the FBI and stuff, and they're okay with like talking about IGG, that they help out in cold cases and stuff like that.
Sure.
But when it comes to whatever they did in this case in particular with the DNA, they don't want that. They would. It's incredible to me. The one thing that led the state allegedly to Koberger, because the DNA on the knife sheath, that's the one thing the state doesn't want to use. Stop it. Just stop it. You understand? It's the IGG that identified the DNA on the sheath, and the state's like, yeah, no, we concede, we won't use it, we won't mention it.
Right. Exactly. That's
Stop
that's how they got him, you guys. That's their thing. That's why Brian is in their custody. That's why he's sitting in jail. But they won't use it. Are you kidding me? Come on. It's the most ridiculous thing.
Here's my thing. DNA is like probable cause every day, all day, and twice on Sunday, right? So if DNA is probable cause every day and twice on Sunday, well, why the fuck don't you want to use how you identified the DNA. Because
Bingo.
the way that you did it is so fucking out of pocket and out of
Mhm.
bounds. You'd rather everybody not know about it.
Bingo. Once again, yes. Absolutely. I agree. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
I'm not
guys.
trying to sound insensitive. The reason that I'm laughing is because
Oh,
it's
you're fine.
so absurd.
It is. It is.
It is
And they
so
think that people
absurd.
don't see it. That's the other side. You're right. And the fact that they don't think anybody can see it for what it is even dumber to me. Okay. Like we're sitting here talking about it right now. We can figure this out. We know what it is. We see it. They don't.
I
They
know
think
that
they're
if
going to get
you
away with it
listen,
without anybody realizing. It's ridiculous.
all I
Sorry,
know
go
is
ahead.
that if you charge me with a quadruple homicide and you say that you have my DNA off of something that I left and how you identified my DNA, you don't want to use, you'd rather
Right.
just come up with some general bullshit tip, I'm going to know. Do you get what I'm saying? This is simple. This is easy to spot. This is like where's Waldo? Waldo's really easy to find right now.
Yeah. Right out in the open. And I
Because
want you.
go
ahead.
Think about this. The two things you would want to be using against him because they are rock solid is going to be that DNA and how you identified it and his cell phone shit. And they don't want to use either.
Right.
Pings are the least reliable.
Yes, ma'am. That is very true. Phil just said, answer me this. Do ancestry services incorporate birth records into their findings? And if you provide your DNA, mustn't you provide a proof of identity, or would not flags go up? I would imagine.
I don't know. I've never done no ancestry shit, so I don't.
And I definitely won't be doing it
couldn't tell
now.
you.
Does ancestry
It's my
service-
understanding certain ones you can name the profile literally anything you want when you upload it. You could, name it like Santa Claus. You could name it, there are some of these databases that you can use where you don't have to put your actual name on the profile. You can abbreviate it. You can just use like initials. That's how they were able to upload this, allegedly get this SC, right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and thank you for the question, Phil.
But when you really think about it, the two most concrete things that you'd want to be using, they don't want to use. Right? One would be the timing advance reports. The state would rather just have everybody believing they know. Timing advance reports, stop. We couldn't get those. Don't be ridiculous. Right? So they don't want to use that. They'd rather use phone pings, even though that's the least reliable cell phone data.
Yes.
And then they don't want to use exactly how they figured out this DNA in the sheet is him via the IGG.
Right.
And the FBI. Those are the two most solid, rock solid things you could use to just fucking wrap your case up in a pretty little bow. And you don't want to? That's really interesting.
It is. Agreed. Very much so. Very much so. Eddie says, and at this point, I'll tell you, Annie, when I found out that they sent a buccal swab instead of the actual sheath, I fell into that hole as well. Eddie says that his DNA wasn't even on that sheath, and that's Eddie's full belief that it wasn't Brian's DNA on the sheath at all. And I'll be honest with you, like I said, as soon as I heard them state that there was a buccal swab stent, or I read in that document instead of the sheath itself, I kind of stepped back and went, "Wow, okay."
Mm-hmm.
What are the odds, guys?
Well, it is interesting when you think about it that, so December 10th, the FBI, the state or whoever, prosecutor's office tells Othram to stop their work. The FBI comes in, collects everything, right? By December 17th, the lab is aware of 2 additional unknown male DNA in the home, male blood B, male blood D, right?
Yep.
But then they still wait another 10 days, even after the lab has made law enforcement and whoever aware of these additional unknown males. They still wait another 10 days to go get the trash.
Right.
Because they don't go get the trash till December 27th.
27th, right.
Right? So it's very interesting when you look at the timeline. Now, Othram's told to stop their work, even though their work is incomplete. And sometime between the 10th and the 27th, the FBI has now doubled the text file for the sample. And when the experts were asked about it in the field IGG hearing that we got the transcript for, one of those people testified that the only way they would know that you could double the text file would be you'd have to go back to the raw data.
Right.
But how do you do that? How do you go back to the raw data? If IFP are the ones who had the raw data allegedly, then the sample was sent to Othram. But the FBI made a snip, and so did Othram, off of the sample collected by IFP.
Right. Oh, yeah. How do you do that?
So it's interesting when you think about it that the expert's saying you would need to go back to the raw data. So it's going to be really interesting to hear how the DNA gets argued if they can't use FBI or IGG at all. Right?
Agreed.
They're not going with SNPs, is the point here. No SMPs, as far as I know, are going to be mentioned. No SNPs. All you have is your STR and CODIS, and that produced no hit.
Nothing.
So how did you get? Right.
Bingo. Right.
So how did you get from there to probable cause for your trash pull and to follow him across the country and do a pen trap and trace and all this stuff, right?
Quite a question.
Like even
And
when
Heather,
Ann's talking about the 7 days and Hippler says, does it happen to be the 7 days he's back home? And she says, maybe. And he says, I don't think the warrant covered that. She says, well, I think it did. She would be right. Because he's arrested on the 30th. They put in the warrant on the 23rd. That's 7 days.
right.
Okay.
Wow.
The judge is saying, well, even if they did get those records for the 7 days, even if they're not relevant, I don't see how they're relevant because it's for when he's back home. And the judge isn't getting it. That if the FBI could get them in December 2022 for the week that he's home, then the FBI could also get them even outside the 7 days that the state has now passed to be able to ask for them, according to the narrative, right? According to the narrative, the only reason that the state was able to obtain the victims' timing advance reports as well as these 3,800 people is because those things were done within the 7 days of the crime.
Right.
After that, the state and law enforcement would have been denied. AT&T would deny it. That's according to them.
You're right.
Okay. Well, that's the point that Cy's making. It doesn't matter if the state can get them or not, because the FBI did.
Bingo. Right.
Not only did they get them, they can get them. They can get them whenever they want. They don't have a 7-day window.
Right. They don't need the GLDC, none of that other shit. Right. Exactly.
Yeah, they don't need to.
That's hilarious. And Heather says too, on top of that, the Q1.1 swab never underwent serological testing, which means that they never even verified that the swab had DNA on it.
Right.
What?
Yeah, it wasn't no serological testing for blood, saliva, what did they say? Blood, saliva, semen, or something else. Because I was like, why the hell would they be looking for saliva on the sheet?
Right.
I'm like,
Right.
that's strange.
Blood, saliva, semen, or other bodily fluids, or something like that. I believe it was. Yes.
Yeah. I'm just more, listen, I'm more very interested in hearing the arguments from both sides, right? Like, I know there's some people who are dead set 100% innocent, some people who are dead set 100% guilty.
Sure.
I'm just looking at it from both sides going, all right, how in the hell is the state even going to argue this? Because what's you can't use WSU, you can't use CODIS, you can't use FBI, you can't use IGG.
Right.
How did you get from the DNA on the sheath to the trash pull?
And I'm pretty sure that's exactly this, probably the exact worded question, same worded question that Anna's going to ask, in my opinion. I see it coming, and I want to know the answer.
Right.
I want to see how they're
like,
going to
what's the probable cause?
Right. Right.
Because the fact of the matter is, if you didn't get nothing from CODIS, and then, so all you have is this STR, well, even when you go and do the trash pull, right? Even if you try to say that, like, well, yeah, we did the trash pull and we realized it's like the son, the biological male son or whatever of Michael Koberger, right?
Right.
That they're going to try and say that. You still need to explain to the jury, okay, but what led you to go get the trash? What led you to him? You can't just say, general, you know, just
you just didn't have a whim.
out of thin air.
Yeah, there was nothing there, right?
Now, maybe you could say that if you didn't already have your lead detective testify under oath that nothing led them to Koberger until the FBI IGG tip.
Right. Welcome, Bobby. Yeah. I agree with you. I want to see how
it's like and the judge is saying that basically because both sides have, stipulated they're not going to mention this FBI IGG tip, right? When it comes to the DNA on the sheet, okay, they've stipulated to it. He's saying both sides need to work together to come up with a narrative. And if you can't come up with a narrative, then both sides can submit their narratives, and he's going to decide which one.
Yep. He's saying, I want you two to work together, prosecution and defense, to lie to the jury. And if you can't do that, you submit your ideas to me, and I'll figure out which way I want to go with it. It's insane.
Right.
It's absolutely
And here's
insane.
how you know, too, that, like, if the state really had some solid tip from Brian Koberger's family, and the state really knew that they had something rock solid from some family member of his, like his mother. You know how a lot of people are saying family is going to be called to testify?
Right.
Well, we just found out in this most recent hearing, we're almost 3 years into this case.
Yeah, definitely.
The state has never, ever once contacted mother, father, or sister. Okay? They've never been subpoenaed. They've never been questioned. They've never been contacted by the state, which is why the judge is saying, okay, if you're going to call them as witnesses, fine. You need to name who you're going to call and, get your subpoenas in and stuff, because the fact that the state is basically trying to claim, well, we're going to call them as witnesses, blah, blah, blah. It's like, even his attorneys are saying the state monitors his video calls with his family.
Right.
The state is aware that his family has no interest in helping the state in any way, shape, or form.
Right. Yeah,
so the fact that there's still people out there that continue to say that they think it's his family, one of his family members, right?
It's not.
You hear the rumors about his.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're right. It's not.
It's wild.
It's insane that people, because they want to believe this. They have to believe this for the narrative to keep going. It's not going to happen. It's been clearly stated. I said that during the last hearing after we reviewed it. No, that's why he's doing what he's doing, so that his family can come in, be the first to be put on the stand to testify. That way they can be there to support their son and their brother because they support him. They're not against him. That's stupidity.
I just can't believe there's people out there that actually think that his family, someone in his family, mom, you know, dad, sisters, are going to testify against him or are the ones who turned him in when we just heard yet again from his defense team. No, actually, his family has no fucking interest in helping the state at all.
Exactly. Not even remotely.
So if you want to subpoena them and you're going to call them as witnesses, you need to figure that shit out. If not, they should be able to attend trial and be there for their son.
Agreed.
That's a right he has. Whether he's accused of it or not, he has not been convicted. He has a right to have his parents there with him after, you know, during his trial.
Yep.
And you can't use your subpoena power. You can't use your subpoena power to hold it over the family's head and have them thinking, well, we're going to get subpoenaed. We're going to get subpoenaed. But then they never get subpoenaed. And the whole time they're thinking, well, we can't even attend trial because what if we get subpoenaed?
Yep. Nope. It's not going to work that way. Not at all. Welcome, donkey. Definitely not going to work that way. And people are going to lose their minds when they see that they're not going to come in and testify against them. They're going to lose their minds when they finally realize that his sister is not the one that turned him in and any of that dumb bullshit that's been put out there. And I'm going to laugh because it's been stated many times. But the guilters have to stick to what they have because it's all they have. It's sad.
Well, it's even more interesting, too, that the defense team is saying any statements that the family has to make to the state are on the body cams of when they were held at gunpoint in their home.
Yep. Oh, boy, would I love to see that shit, too. That they supposedly didn't have. There supposedly wasn't body cam because you didn't have to have it in Pennsylvania. There's no way in hell that you're going to tell me there was no body cam, Warren. Only if not to protect them. Okay, and PA may not have had them, but I promise you the FBI did, period. So they exist. They do exist.
Well, Pennsylvania SWAT does wear body cams. They just don't like to give out their body cams, but they do have them on. They just don't like to give them out to the public.
Absolutely.
So, Pennsylvania SWAT definitely had body cams, you know, and those body cams would have been turned over to the defense. We're probably never going to see them, but the defense has seen them. And that's why the defense is saying any statements that the family has to make to the state, they made when they were held at gunpoint in their home. They made those statements to police officers and it's on body cam. Outside of that, the family has nothing else to say.
Nope. That's it. They want to support their loved one. That's all there is to it. And they will be there for it. And just because they haven't been there, that's another one I've heard. Oh, they've not been there through anything. They don't want him. They're not supporting him. They want him in jail. Shut up. Okay. They haven't been there because they live in Washington. He's in Idaho. It's a long ass drive, folks, to go back and forth, back and forth. They don't have money like that. Nobody does.
No,
okay.
They live in Pennsylvania, but I know what you meant.
Pennsylvania. Sorry. Anyway. And the point is, because it's not a long drive between Washington and Idaho. Pennsylvania to Idaho is what I was trying to say. But anyway,
I knew what you meant.
Yeah, that's they can't afford to go back and forth like that. Nobody can. Okay. And
well, not even that, but are you going to go back and forth? Are you even going to fly out there if you think that like you're going to be subpoenaed? Can you even go visit if you might be subpoenaed? No, that's why they have to do video calls and stuff. That's what his defense team is talking about when they're saying that the state is using their subpoena power to basically keep his family from him.
Yeah.
He can only do video calls that the state monitors.
Yep.
Do you get what I'm saying? So they're using their subpoena power to kind of hold it over them so that he doesn't have his family. He's been isolated from them.
Yep. Kind of almost like what they did in Delphi and to an extent. Not as bad, but same type stuff. Absolutely, in my opinion. Crazy shit. Absolutely.
Well, it is what it is. I'm very interested just to see how this is all going to play out. I don't I want to see everything in its totality. I'm of the opinion that, the fact of the matter is, it would appear his phone is absolutely nowhere near this crime scene. And,
Right.
outside of that, they don't really, the one thing that they do have connecting him, they now are going to say, well, that's not how we connected him. So it's going to be real interesting to see how that plays out in front of a jury, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Never
ma'am.
mind like Dylan.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. That's gonna be interesting. The most interesting part, in my opinion, is to see how that does get, how they bring that with that situation being the way it is. I agree with you. And yes, like Miss
Well,
Wisdom said,
considering she already told the grand jury that she literally wasn't sure of anything, right? And really the only thing she remembered was something about a bushy eyebrow.
Right.
So at that point, how do you, as the state, plan to use her for, she's never identified him or anybody else.
No. Nope.
She's not even sure she saw a person.
Yeah.
She is sure that if it was a person, she's sure it was a fireman and they were
And it
carrying
was a white
something.
guy. That's right. And he was white. She just
Right.
knows he's white because she knows he's white.
So I don't know how you use her. I feel bad for her, to be honest with you, because I'm of the opinion that this girl has been telling law enforcement from jump. I don't know.
I agree.
I can't help you guys because I literally don't know. I was wasted. I have no idea. I was drunk. I was tired. I've been drinking all day. Everything was a fucking blur. I believe that. I do believe she told them that repeatedly. The problem is, I don't know how you then, this is allegedly your sole eyewitness, but the friend on the phone is saying, oh, and they
yeah.
saw some man in their house.
Yep. Did you hear that, you
So
guys?
it's going to be really interesting to see how Dylan and Bethany, the differences in the testimony, right? Because what do you mean they? What do you mean they saw someone? They saw some man in their house. They? Okay. It went from, Dylan didn't see anything, but for a brief second, she thought she saw XK passed out on the floor from the night before. So she actually saw Xana on the floor. But she thought everything was going to be okay because she thought it was just XK passed out from the night before.
Yep. That's quite interesting, I would say. Very interesting.
Right? Yep, now it's going to be really interesting to me to hear what Bethany is going to say in comparison to Dylan, because, they saw some man in their house and we've heard, like Bethany, not a word, right? They're holding that one tight to the chest.
Makes you wonder why. Yes, I agree. I do agree. I'd be real curious to hear how the interview went with the defense with her too. Real curious.
And then about like the big nose statement, right?
Yeah.
She allegedly at some point tells Bethany the guy had a big nose. Now, where that comes from for law enforcement, I don't know if that's said by Bethany in a statement she made to police or if it's in a text that we just haven't seen. But at some point, they're asking Dylan why she told Bethany the person had a big nose, and Dylan saying, I don't even remember saying anything about a big nose. So
it's all,
I don't know. It's I feel bad a little bit, only a little bit.
I do. Okay, I'll put it this way. I feel bad if this is really just that she was, loaded and this and that, and she just let them feed her because they fed her either way. They fed her all this, in my opinion. Okay. But if not, if there is some form of involvement there, that's where I won't feel bad. I'll just put it that way, and I'll leave it at that because I don't know for a fact yet. We don't. Okay. If we come to find that out, that's going to go a whole different direction for me. But at this point, if she was drunk or on whatever she was, and she just made these mistakes, and she was. But here's the thing, though, Annie. With that, there was 4 or 5 interviews they did. Okay, I would imagine that by the 4th or 5th one, you'd have your story right. But she still didn't. Everything changed. I don't know how many different times, and that's what bugs me about this. Okay, that's what bothers me about.
Well, the things that get added in later, right?
Yeah,
that weren't talked about at first. Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about. That's what bugs the hell out of me because either you're remembering things or things are being told to you to add to the situation, and I don't like that. Okay. And you can look at it either way. You can see it either way. And like I said, it can go either way. And I'll give her the benefit of the doubt at the point
when you really look at the time frame too, it's she's entering a new contact at 3:51 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
And then so pretty much at 4 a.m. Can I just tell you what happened at 4 a.m.?
Right.
We're talking within 9 minutes.
Yep.
Of her, she is awake. She is entering a new contact in her phone.
Yep.
She's waking up, allegedly. She's waking up 9 minutes after she enters a new contact in her phone to like a male's voice. Allegedly, she doesn't recognize, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I don't like to throw out my own, like theory too often at all because it doesn't matter. But like the more and more we look at some of these documents and the more we're getting these little clips and snippets and text messages and all this stuff, it is really starting to look like the person, this 4 a.m. man, was there with her.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And that's just my opinion based on like the timeline and the time frame.
Sure, I see that. Definitely.
And now, does that doesn't necessarily mean she's involved in anything, but like if she's wasted and like I'm not trying to sound like a jerk or nothing, but like 20-year-old drunk girls in college, like the booty call thing is kind of normal.
Yes, ma'am.
For a lot of them, and I'm not saying that as like a knock on her,
Right.
But
right.
If this dude that she's hanging out with or whatever, or who comes over and he's hanging out with her and they're doing whatever and like she's all fucked up and passes out, but like this guy, I don't know, maybe this guy's crazy. I don't know, I'm just saying the timing is really interesting that at 3:51 she's entering a new contact and within 9 minutes shit is popping off in the house. She's hearing a guy's voice. She thinks she hears crying coming from Xana's room, right? And this is within 9 minutes of her entering a new contact.
Yep. And I do not, and I will not ever believe that she went back to sleep between that time and the 4 a.m. There's just no way. No way.
Well, I mean, if she passed out for 8 minutes, 9 minutes.
That's my problem, though, Annie. If I used to drink heavily, okay? When I would pass at that age, I did. Even then, when I passed out, I stayed passed out when I was done. I didn't wake up in between that. You couldn't get me back up, okay? So if she was that drunk, there's no way in hell that she passed out and heard some rustling around and woke up. The hell no, she didn't. You don't hear nothing. You're out.
Right.
Okay. End of story. So I don't believe that. You were awake.
Well, see, now here's the thing. Back in the day, right? We've all had a life before we became adults and had kids and shit.
Right.
There was a couple of times where I was definitely wasted. I wasn't drunk, we did other things, but, I nodded off and like fell asleep for 15, 20 minutes and then popped back up and was like, oh shit, but this was after like a night of raving. We're talking, in a dirty warehouse rave in the Bronx for 10 hours. So, that was a very long time ago, but yeah, sometimes you can be that fucked up, but the way that the timeline is looking here, it's she's saying she fell asleep at approximately 3:20, but then she's entering a new contact at 3:51.
Right.
And then by 9, she's allegedly awoken
Yeah.
to the male voice and, Vanna crying and blah, blah, blah. So it's just very interesting to me when you really look at that tight window of time so they're trying to make it sound like she's passing in and out of consciousness. 3:20, 3:51, 4 o'clock, right? She's having these bouts of like passing in and out of consciousness and then awoken at 4, and then shit's really kicking off enough that it scares her. She flees her room and runs downstairs.
Right. That's absolute. Yes. And then when she's downstairs, we see the rest of the night. They're all over social media for the rest of the night until the very end. And that's where Sarge started questioning what happened in those 2 hours between, I can't remember what time to what time. And then they're back online again, back on social media. I don't believe they slept. What the hell were they doing for those 2 hours? That's another question that goes.
Yeah, I think Ann said too that there's like a small break in Bethany's phone stuff, but Dylan's is basically pretty consistent the whole night. This is not someone who was asleep. Ann made that very clear. This is not someone who was asleep. She was awake. She was aware. She is texting, social media, Snapchat, editing photos all night long.
Job applications. Yes, exactly.
Right. Entering a new contact, all of those things. She is not inactive at all, according to Ann, starting around 2 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
There's a slight break in Bethany's phone, but then it starts right back up again.
Well, here's the thing, though. Let's talk about that just for a quick second. The break in Bethany's phone. I haven't seen those text messages in a while, but is it before or after she's taking pictures? I had to wonder.
I think it's before.
Okay, so I had to wonder. This was just something that came to mind. Did you go out into the house for a little bit and look around, and then you're taking pictures, and God knows what they are? Of course, I don't know. I'm not saying she was out there taking pictures of the crime scene or anything like that. I'm just saying, what were you doing at that point? That's something that's bugged me too. It's really bugged me.
Yeah.
And I can't get it out of my mind. And then I want to know this expert that's being brought in about the stuff between Dylan and her father. That bugs me a lot too. Okay.
Yeah. Well,
I would like to know
that it would appear that for whatever reason, their devices specifically, whether it was laptops, phones, or both, I think it's both.
Yeah.
At some point, it would appear either they paid someone to do it, or her dad did it, or they got someone to like really wipe a lot of shit from their stuff, and Roloff recovered it.
Yep.
And that's what I mean when I was talking about like Roloff and Cy Ray. These two people, anybody who's actually looked these men up, they are not in the business at all of helping murderers get away with murder. That is not what they do.
Yep.
Okay. So anybody who thinks that people like Josiah Roloff and Cy Ray are just, just making shit up, they aren't. If Josiah Roloff is telling you he recovered things from these devices of these particular people, he isn't talking about pictures of Dylan drinking White Claws on the beach. No. That's not what he recovered. What he recovered is information that is pertinent to this crime. That is why it's being talked about and mentioned.
Yep. Yes, ma'am. That's fact. And that's going to be some really important information right there, in my opinion, guys. I think it's going to explain things that we're questioning now, that we've been questioning. And I think it's going to be one of those little mind-blown things. I just feel that way. I'm just saying. Whether or not we see or hear it, I don't know, but I would love to.
Oh, yeah. No, we're definitely, we're going to definitely see it and hear it, because Josiah Roloff is going to be testifying exactly what he recovered. Not only that, the exhibits are already in.
Yes.
We
yes.
haven't seen them. It's not
No.
like Cy Ray and Josiah Roloff just submitted affidavits with nothing to support it.
No, right.
That's why I laugh about this shit. Because the way that Hitler acts up on the bench, he's acting like, oh, well, there's nothing to support this.
I know.
Bullshit. There's
know.
sealed exhibits that went along with these affidavits.
That's when he started talking about the whole, well, he's completely ignoring that 7 days thing and this and that. No, he's not. Because it doesn't exist for this. Hitler, they didn't use it. It doesn't exist. That's why it's not in the affidavit. It doesn't need to be. Okay. And that's
Josiah Roloff, whatever he recovered from those devices. Okay. I'm telling you, this isn't like this dude works for the damn military. You know, he specializes in working with all the military branches and stuff. And like, just stop. You know what I mean? These people, they're not there to help people get away with crimes. That's not what they do. If these two people came into this case and saw anything in this case, I'm of the opinion, this is just my opinion, but I think if Josiah and Cy were consulted on this case and they saw anything that made them think Brian was guilty, they would tell the defense way back when, I'm not going to help you. Sorry. We can't help you.
And don't forget, guys, Cy has never, ever, until this case right here, done anything for the defense. He's always been with the prosecution. That's one. Two, the man has 30 plus years experience. Like Sherry just said, he invented some of this shit that they're talking about. He's not going to come out here without having proof, solid proof of what he's stating, and make that statement in that affidavit, knowing what it can do, and put his career on the line and or his reputation. That's never going to happen from somebody like this. Period. So it's there, guys. It's there, in my opinion.
It's interesting too, because, you know, these are people who 99.9999% of the time are used to prosecute, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So when you're using Cy Ray and Josiah Roloff to prosecute hundreds, if not thousands of people based on their expertise, but now all of a sudden that expertise, because it's not being used to prosecute, it's actually being used to show, nope, you fucked up.
Yep.
We can show you where you fucked up and help you get the right people, right? Because that's literally what Cy and Josiah, I mean, that's what they're going to help. They're the ones who would be helping with alternate suspect evidence.
And that, I am beyond to see that. Beyond.
It's just wild to me that Cy Ray just testified in another trial recently where the person was convicted.
Right.
Do you understand? Literally, like not even a month and a half ago.
Right.
He was used to so do you get where I'm going with this?
Oh yeah.
How the hell are these people going to run around claiming that he's a damn conspiracy theorist when multiple other state agencies and federal agencies are relying on him to prosecute people left and right with his expertise?
Right. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. For Hitler to call him a conspiracy theorist was absolutely just insane to me. I don't understand this. I don't understand how Hitler's looking at this and why he's looking at it like this, unless, which I don't believe. Okay. I don't believe that and I know some people that believe that the whole not conspiracy, but the whole frame job thing, think that everybody may be involved in this. Okay. And I don't mean it in a disrespectful way when I say that I don't think he is. I just think he doesn't know anything about this. And he's learning as they go, which is ridiculous to me. He should know everything at this point, but he doesn't. It's weird. He doesn't know a whole lot that he should. But I do.
Well, I think a lot of it is too. You know, judges like him, the court that he runs and stuff. He has a lot of cases. This isn't his only case. He has law clerks and paralegals and shit like that. They all go through these documents, and you know, they give him the gist on things and blah blah blah. But the fact of the matter is, when you have these experts submitting affidavits along with exhibits, even if your law clerk or your paralegal gave you the gist, it's still probably a good idea to actually read it yourself.
Yes, exactly.
With your own two eyeballs.
And he
Because
doesn't.
the fact of the matter is that he has Cy Ray sitting right there via Zoom, listening to him.
Yep.
Call him a conspiracy theorist in open court, but the judge does not afford him the opportunity to answer any of the questions. Instead, he'd rather just admonish Anne in the courtroom. She didn't write the affidavit. It's not her claiming this shit. It's the expert. Right. Click him in and go ahead and ask him all the questions you have.
That's it. And thank you for saying that, because I don't think a lot of people realize that when that hearing was going on, Cy was on Zoom right there, ready and willing to testify. As Ann stated, didn't happen. Yep. Didn't happen.
And Hippler did exactly what the state did, and Hippler chose not to question the expert, which is exactly what the state did when Cy testified too. They chose not to cross-examine him because what are you going to say?
I think I'll be honest with you. I think Hippler was afraid to allow that to happen because of what door that was going to open, and he wasn't ready for it. That's my opinion. Okay. And it would have ignited a whole lot. It would have opened a whole other can of worms, in my opinion. He was not down for that right there. So,
yeah. I know. Well, the whole thing is pretty wild.
Oh, beyond wild. Yeah. And I'm really, really excited. I know this sounds stupid, but I want to hear more than anything. It's actually got my anxiety up. This whole multiple alternative suspects scenario, when this unfolds like it does, I want to see and hear reaction from the court, from the judge. And one thing I need to put out there, guys, this is again an opinion I have, but I feel very strongly about it. When Ann Taylor asks a question, whether it be to a witness, to the judge, to the court, to anything like that, please realize and understand, at least in my opinion, I do truly believe that woman has the answer to the question she asked already. She knows what she's doing. Okay. There's no doubt in my mind that she knows exactly what she's doing. She's not going to ask a question to somebody if she doesn't know the answer already. I have a very strong faith in that and in her. So I can't wait for this to come forth. I really can't.
Well, here's how I look at it, right? For the people who think he is 100% guilty, they can't ignore the fact that there's multiple other men's blood and or DNA in the crime scene, right? This is not DNA that the lab or anyone felt was irrelevant. The reason we know that is because the lab is the one making everybody aware of this additional male DNA that they found. Do you get what I'm saying? So they obviously felt it was pertinent. So the way I look at it is, even if you think he's entirely guilty, okay, great. Why the fuck aren't you concerned that law enforcement never, ever pursued his accomplices, right? Because that's what that would be. If you think he's guilty, great. Then you would know that he had help.
Yes.
And how you don't want the people who helped him also sitting right next to him is wild to me. They'll just ignore the fact that if he did do it, okay, fine. I'll give it to you. He's guilty. Great. You think he's guilty, but I mean, why aren't you concerned about potential accomplices then?
Yep. Especially when there's other DNA right there telling you that there it is. There they probably are. Why aren't you looking into it? Agreed. Absolutely agreed. Thank you, Motor
And
Man.
the fact that the state is like, the fact that the state is too like talking about his alibi, right? They don't care if he uses his expert for a partial alibi corroboration. They're fine with that. They'll let the experts battle that one out. They just want to make sure he can't produce a person to say like, I was with him, blah, blah, blah.
Sure.
That's very, very interesting to me, that the only thing the state is worried about when it comes to alibi corroboration is a person.
Yep.
Right?
Yes, ma'am.
You want to let Cy Ray come and testify for your partial alibi corroboration? Great, not a problem. As long as you don't produce a person.
A person, right. Yeah, and that's
Very
funny.
interesting.
Very funny. Very interesting. I agree. Thank you, Moto Man MX, for the super chat. God bless. I think Hitler gives Anne a hard time because she's competent enough to answer the tough questions and make compelling arguments, which will show strength, not having to lead the attorney by the hand like a puppy dog. That's a good point, sir. Very good point. And again, thank you, sir, for that super chat. We appreciate you so very much. God bless.
Yeah, Moto Man's awesome.
Yeah, very much so. Agreed. Heather said now Q1.4 unknown male red DNA on the sheath, in my opinion, is male C. Male B is the handrail. Male D is the glove outside. Male A, they say, is Brian, came from Q1.1. Never tested for bodily material. One more quick question. Why did we not hear anything about any of the other fingernails? That's a question a lot of people have asked.
I know.
And
well, my guess is that the state is only focusing on Maddie because that's the one that they want to be able to say, well, she was too intoxicated to fight back, so we wouldn't expect his DNA to be under her fingernails.
Right.
That's their excuse for why he is excluded, because she was too intoxicated to fight back.
Wow.
However, when it comes to everybody else, that just makes me say, oh, okay, so whose DNA was under everybody else's fingernails then?
Especially Xana's. Xana nearly had her fingers removed. I want to know who's underneath her fingernails. Truly, that's my big one. And Kaylee's.
Well, that's
Kaylee's as well.
It's very interesting. The state, the very specific things the state wants to go with.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Like you have this golden egg of IgG that literally was able to identify this DNA on the sheath by the FBI was able to get this shit done by mid-December.
Yep.
Right? This is your golden egg and you don't want to use it.
And I really
You're fine with not using it.
And it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And I really wish they would have treated Dylan and Bethany like they do in any other case. And they would have pulled DNA and scrapings from their nails and their hands and all sorts of other things that they did not do. And that blows my mind.
Well, we don't know if they did.
Well,
I'm going to say they probably didn't, but I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure.
They could have. They could have. That's true.
It wasn't just Maddie's fingernail clippings that were taken. That's for sure.
Right.
So.
Well, I know he wasn't there, Twiz. I know he wasn't there. I want to know who was, is what I'm saying. Him, I don't expect his DNA to show up anywhere. I want to know whose DNA comes from the rest of the nails. That's what I'm
right, exactly. That's kind of the point that I'm getting at. I understand why the state is going with Maddie, because what they're trying to claim is that, well, yeah, we wouldn't expect his DNA to be under her fingernails because she was too intoxicated to fight back. But that doesn't negate, okay, well, what about everybody else?
Bingo.
It wasn't just her fingernail clippings that were swabbed. Everybody else also had clippings, also had swabbing. Testing was done.
Yes.
We know, and I agree with Twiz. Well, that's what I mean. I agree with Twiz. I think the reason that they're excluding him, including the blood on the sheet, there is blood from the back of the sheet. Swabs that were taken from the back of the sheet that tested positive for blood. DNA testing was done and he was excluded.
Yep.
So he's excluded from the blood on the back of the sheet. He's excluded from fingernail clippings. He's excluded from hairs. He's excluded from everything except this DNA on the sheet. And the way that they identified him, they don't want to talk about.
Yeah. Nope, they don't. It tells its own story, you guys. The whole thing tells its own story. And yes, Eddie, that's why I said that. There was no real investigation done in this case at all. I do agree wholeheartedly. That's why I said that. So yeah.
Well, my question is, did they do any comparisons for, say, whatever swabs and the likelihood ratios that they created for what was found under Maddie's fingernails? Did they do the same for everybody else and compare? Did everybody else also have that you know, there was what, like 5 people they did likelihood ratios or something,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
My question is like, what about the other victims? Whose DNA was under their nails, and did you compare it to what was under Maddie?
Right.
Or was it separate? Was it different? Is that why you're going with Maddie?
Very
Because
good
the
point.
other ones, the DNA under their fingernails, you don't want to talk about.
Maybe something did pop for their stuff in CODIS. Maybe they did find something that they can't bring out because it doesn't follow the narrative, period. So yes, I agree with you. Absolutely agree with you.
You get what I'm saying? Like, I just want to know if they actually, what was the
outcome?
What was, say for example, the Cole Barenberg kid, right?
Yeah.
Whatever his likelihood ratio was for under Maddie's fingernails. Did he
What was
also
it
have
for Xana?
the same likelihood ratio under Xana's, under Kaylee's, under Ethan's, or was he entirely absent from those other 3?
Was he only with
You
Maddie?
get what I'm
right.
saying?
Yes, ma'am. Agreed. And who else showed up? Yes, agreed. Was the comparison done, or were they completely separate? Agreed. Absolutely.
You get what I'm saying, right? Like, it would be
Yes, I
interesting
do.
to me to find out if that was ever even done. I don't know.
That's a good point, because what if it does? What if Cole Barenberg shows up under Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan's nails? That's quite interesting to me, because if it was just Maddie, that could be explained possibly by a hug or something else. But all of them, that says something in itself.
Well, here's the thing too with the damn likelihood ratios, right? The fact of the matter is that every single person they did create a likelihood ratio for, all of them were what's in the inconclusive and or exclusionary range.
Oh, right.
So, and technically, out of all of them, Ethan had the highest under Maddie's nails, and it was like 3.33, where everybody else was like a 0.0 something.
Right. Absolutely.
So it's just really interesting to me that even if you're creating these likelihood ratios for these particular people, why are you going with the likelihood ratio that's the least likely of everybody?
Yeah, right. Nothing they're doing makes any sense, Annie. Nothing they're doing. Okay. There's just one more thing to throw in that bucket. 100%. That's interesting, though. Very, very interesting. Truly.
So I'm just going to be interested to hear what the other likelihood ratios were, if there were any done.
Yes.
What were the comparisons for different DNA found on victims or whatever, you know?
Yep. And if and when we hear that, thank you, Charlotte. If and when we hear that, that'll probably tell you why they weren't talked about per se. Like I said, it's everything that has been done at this point. You know it's being done. You see it being done because it doesn't follow that specific narrative. I can absolutely do a poll. I just don't know what to do it about.
Well, you know what's funny too is like how Anna's talking about too, like, okay, well, they produced this expert to talk about as a rebuttal for toxicology. And she's like, we're not disputing the intoxication of any of the victims at all. You know, the problem is that they're trying to say this person was too drunk to fight back, but the medical examiner report talks about defensive wounds, so it would seem contradictory. Right? So what she's saying is that the state is claiming Maddie was too intoxicated to fight back. She's saying, well, your medical examiner's report talks about defensive wounds on this victim, so that would be contradictory. What you're saying is contradictory to the medical examiner report. She clearly did fight back if she has defensive wounds.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely, I agree. Absolutely. Joker.
So like, think about how the medical examiner is going to testify. The medical examiner is going to testify to their report. If their report says that this victim had defensive wounds here, and here, well, then the state can't say she was too intoxicated to fight back.
Agreed. Yeah.
Their expert won't be able to claim that.
Right. Yes. Oh, wow. That was quick. Yes, ma'am. I agree. That was
So
super
I don't know
fun.
how this is all going to play out. It's just really sad when you think about it, you know, because not only for the 4 victims, but their families. Koberger, if he didn't do it, right?
Right.
His family. I mean, if he didn't do it, his life's fucking ruined no matter what. They've
Oh, yeah.
ruined his life.
100%. Or at some point, he'll be able to, I don't know, maybe be able to do something with this.
I think that they have made it so bad with the media stuff that even if the state came out tomorrow and declared we were wrong, we got it wrong, we're going to fix it, we know who the real, whatever. They could come out and entirely clear him. And I still think there's going to be people out there that would say, nope, he did it. I don't know how he got away with it. I don't know, they would make some excuse as to, that's just my opinion, like I think that there's people out there that no matter what happens, even if this kid is everybody calls the victims and stuff kids. He was a kid too, technically, He was 28 years old when this happened, PhD student, by all accounts, trying to do his best with everything. And if he didn't do this, and his life has just been he's been taken away from his family, had his entire college career ruined. And because the media has been so bad with just, oh my God, he's evil, he's soulless, he's this, he's that, he's a cannibal, he's an incel, he's blah, blah, blah. I think even if they came out tomorrow and admitted they were wrong and he didn't do this and they got it wrong, he would spend the rest of his life being accused of killing those 4 people.
Oh yeah, 100%, 100%. I do agree. If or he's gonna be, if he's completely exonerated, and he'll end up being a very famous and rich person per se. Okay, because he absolutely has to. Sorry guys, that poll, I screwed that up. He absolutely is gonna be suing somebody, I would imagine, and I would hope. Okay.
I mean, I would hope too. I just know that how humans are in general, and there's people out there that no matter what, exoneration, a full clearing of his name, they would still rake his family and him through the mud for the rest of their lives.
Yes, he will be. No matter what, they can show absolute proof of the other person that did it, and he's still going to be considered the one that did it. Love,
you could get confessions. You could probably get confessions from other people, and there would still be people who say, nah.
Same thing. Yes, because people will not let it go. Love, I would love to bring you up here, but I need you to show me your face for about 3 seconds, just so I can make sure you're going to show your face and not your waist here. Real quick, and then you can turn your camera back off. I don't mind. All right, you're good. You can turn it off if you don't want to leave it on, of course. You can leave it on if you want, but there you go. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. So yeah, guys, I screwed that poll up, so don't worry about that. I can't figure out a way to give options with this. I don't know how.
Well, I gotta hop off soon in a minute anyway.
Well, I'm about to shut her down. I agree. We've been here past the time, but anyway, it's been a great conversation. What are your thoughts on this, love? Can you hear me? And thanks, Joker. I agree with that too. It's good to see you. Are you there, love? Can you hear me, love? Are you connected vocally?
Oh, here we go.
There you are. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. So okay. I hate to be this person, Dango, but I just want to leave in all of our minds, and this is probably obviously the most difficult question, and if we all had the answers, we wouldn't be here. But
good point.
But why would so many high elected officials, local police officers, law enforcement, etc., put not only their jobs, but their freedom on the line? For who and for how much?
In what aspect, love?
Who are they covering for?
That's the point right there. That's the point.
And like,
Here,
I just wanted to run it by, like, who would be that important?
well, take this into account real quick. The college relies on the city. The city
Yes.
relies on the college.
Yes, that's their cash cow.
Absolutely. If Idaho is not doing well, Idaho State University, Moscow doesn't exist in my opinion. It just doesn't. It's not there. Okay, which is why there's so much interaction. So, that being said, anybody that contributes to that school as well, anybody, whether it be students, parents, alumni, so on and so forth, which everybody's alumni to that college.
Right. And I
Everybody
know
hands
that
down.
sororities and fraternities, am I wrong in saying they usually donate the most?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, and their alumni donates the most. Okay,
Mhm.
and that's a big thing. So let's say, for instance, that somebody from one of those fraternities was involved in this situation, somebody of importance that comes from a family of importance. Okay, it doesn't take much to say, hey, we need to shut this down and figure something else out, because otherwise we're going to lose this. You see what
You
I'm saying?
think, Dago, that the FBI would really be like, all right, let's do it
The FBI, see,
to
this is
cover
why-
for these frat boys?
this is what I've always struggled with. Okay, I've always stated I can see how this could be a frame job at this point. What I don't see is multiple agencies being fully involved and having every aspect of it known to them.
Mhm.
I've also told you guys that I believe there's pawns in this, okay? That not everybody may know what's going on. They're just being fed certain things and doing their jobs,
For sure.
okay? Payne, for instance, in my opinion, I don't think he knows if there is a conspiracy. I don't think he knows about it. I think he was just, here's your job, go do this, Brett. That's all you have to do. The guy went from writing tickets on one day to being the lead detective on a quadruple homicide the next day.
Yeah.
And was handed this and said, here, go do this right now. This is what you're supposed to do. Yes, sir, I'm doing my job. Walks away. He doesn't know, in my opinion, in some senses. Okay, that's an opinion.
I have to agree with you there with his lack of experience.
Yeah,
I feel like they're using him like they're using Dylan.
I feel like a few people could be being used now, and the FBI's aspect to this. Okay, I think the FBI knows what they did, and like Annie was saying earlier, they don't want everybody else to know that because it's going to give them away. In turn, they have to protect that. I also feel that there's a possibility that there were parallel investigations going on there at the same time that this went down. It could be related. Who knows? And
So
again,
you think it kind of snowballed, like, in everyone kind of for one reason or another played a part, whether they meant to or not, and then it
yes,
snowballed so much
Yes.
that every agency was like, we got to cover this up.
there was some involvement to an extent, but in another extent, everybody has to protect the mistakes. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Yeah, and I appreciate you giving me your opinion on that. That's what
No,
I've been
absolutely.
thinking too the whole time. It's just
Yeah.
like,
There's
Yeah.
no way, and I said this before, there's no way in hell that I'm going to believe that Moscow PD, Idaho State Police, Lake Tahoe County Sheriff's Department, and the FBI all got together and went to the Mad Greek, sat down, had coffee, and said, all right, y'all, this is our plan.
right.
You're involved, you're involved, you're involved, and you're involved. Let's do it. No, come on. That's too ridiculous. The Department of Justice would have seen that for what it was and ran everybody down. Okay. But could there be single players involved? Sure. And that's what I mean by the word pawn. Okay. And nobody else sees what's going on because they're just doing their job. They're doing what they're supposed to be doing. They're doing what's handed to them. They don't question it because why would they? And then that's where this falls into play. This is just my opinion, by the way, you guys. I don't have any kind
No,
of
I think you're really spot on. That's how it snowballed, and they got more. I think whoever began this may have dragged more agencies into it by, like, in a way, sort of tricking them into it, you know?
including who I definitely, this is why I think part of it where it comes from, Scott Green was involved in every meeting that law enforcement had and should not be. That'd
Wow.
be just like me or you, Love, being involved in a law enforcement investigation. For what
That's
reason?
bizarre.
Why? Where are you there? You don't belong there. You're just president of the college. You're not law enforcement. You don't need to be there.
That is
Now,
bizarre.
Eddie said
Hey,
that
I'm
there were
so
2
sorry.
meetings
I
today.
just wanted to say bye because I gotta hop down. But I wanted
Yeah,
to say
go ahead,
bye and
Annie.
thank
No
you.
worries. Have a good night.
I'm so grateful to you for joining us today, Annie. I'd love to do this again soon. So thank you so much for jumping up here and spending your time with us tonight. Thank you.
Bye, bye, Chad.
Bye. Take care, hon. Now that's truly my feeling. Eddie said he disagrees. They had 2 meetings a day. You're right, and I know where you're at, bud. Not to say that those meetings doesn't mean that everybody knows that there's something in the background going on. That's what I'm saying. Okay.
I think Dago's right, and they have to
It
have
couldn't be.
they have to have people out there that don't know what's going on involved
Mhm.
in this, so it looks real enough.
That's 100% true. It couldn't be because, like I said, the Department of Justice would it would be all over the place, guys.
For
They
sure.
would shut it down like you wouldn't believe. Okay. There is corruption in this. There absolutely is corruption. But think about the chaos that there would be with everybody, absolutely everybody knowing what's going on. It just doesn't make sense. It couldn't be. There's something else that I can't quite put my thumb down on to show this.
I know exactly what you're saying. I'm looking at my notebook right now, and there is just one giant missing puzzle piece.
Yep.
To connect it all together.
Mm-hmm.
I will say the private driver is his whole story, background, etc. I just read something that he lied and he actually didn't live in BK's apartment complex 1,200 feet away. He lives in Moscow, supposedly, and his wife works for Moscow Police Department.
So here's what I can't quite figure out with that story. There's 2 of them.
And he first said he lived in the apartment complex, and now they're saying before he submitted his tip, when he took it upon himself to go out there and find white Honda Elantras and make a list, they're saying that a Washington State University police officer found BK's or saw BK's car, and then found it in that apartment parking lot before this guy sent in his list of tips.
Yeah.
So who's that Washington State University officer?
The one that first saw it, his name's in the document.
The one that first saw and identified BK.
Yeah, I can't remember his name right now. There were 2 of them, I believe. And I can't think of the name. I'd have to pull the document on it.
His whole story is just bizarre.
And they all work together. You understand that too, that WSU and Moscow work together in a lot of things. They were working together.
I'm sure.
The night or morning or whatever it was that Branko Paca was killed. There was Chief Fry and I can't believe 2 other officers that I know for a fact from Moscow were there when that went down. So that's weird to me. That's very weird to me. I'm just saying.
Have we asked? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're fine.
Have we asked any locals if it's normal for them to ask college students for their cell phone numbers and store them in their phones? Because remember the one officer's body cam footage?
Yeah.
He's so certain he has, was it Maddie or Kaylee's phone stored in his phone? And then when he got back to his phone and saw that he didn't have it stored, he literally sounded disappointed, and it was weird. As a parent, it rubbed me wrong.
Yeah. No, I got it. And here's another thing. Rory went to Idaho more than once, okay, and traveled around and tried to talk to people about things like that. And guess what? Nobody would talk about it. Nobody would talk about anything that had anything to do with it. Nobody wanted to talk about it. And the people that would talk about it didn't talk about it, if that makes any sense to you.
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't talk about it. They're not supposed to talk about it. Rory was kicked out of a bar, the Corner Club, because they thought he was talking about it. Okay.
So no one in Moscow is allowed to talk about this.
They don't want to talk about it. It's crazy to me. Whether it's because they're not allowed or they don't want to, I don't know. But that's the word is. He said he talked to a couple of people that said we're not supposed to talk about this.
Because the case is open as a Free
talking
United
about
States citizen, you're allowed to talk about any
no.
case in your opinion.
No. These are residents, love, that were there that just live in the area. And he said he ran into a couple different people and said, "Hey, what are your thoughts on the Idaho 4 situation?" And they said, "Well, we're not supposed to talk about that. Have a good day," and walked away from it.
Right, that's what I'm
Many a time.
saying. Why are they, as free US citizens with the First
The town.
Amendment, can't say, in my opinion, they're obviously very scared of someone or
The
something.
town is
An entire town.
They do not want it talked about. They don't want it. Now, it could be because the whole town wants to forget about it and they want to move on, or they were told, "Do not talk about this."
I wouldn't think that. I don't know. Maybe am I different from everyone else out there? Like, in order to move on, wouldn't you need the proper, correct closure? You don't just tell everyone, be quiet and get over it. And we're going to tear down the house before the trial so you don't have to look at it.
I mean,
I have a hard time with that. I think college students at that age are more resilient. I don't think they stared at that house and was like, "Oh my gosh, it needs to go."
No,
I think it was the grown adults running the show that was like, "It's got to go."
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I agree. And thank you. Real quick, sorry to interrupt you, love, but Isabel just Liz Rankin, I think that's how I said it right. I hope. Thank you so much. Just gifted 5 memberships to the cafe. Denise received one. Dandelion asked, Norma Fralin, Hope Floats, and Polyester. I love your name, by the way. That's cute. Polyester received them all. Welcome to the sauce. We got 5 new meatballs tonight. That's amazing.
Woo!
Thank you so much, Isabel. That's so very generous. God bless. Thank you. Yeah, it's a crazy, weird situation. Like, this is a big deal. It's a bad thing and a big deal. And what if people wanted to talk about it to get over it? Maybe, you know what I mean?
I feel as though that generation as well of college students are the types that would want to talk about it and need to feel it to get through it.
Yes, that is
for
very
sure.
true.
And it's just this is so obvious, and I just can't believe what's happening to our it's already happened to our justice system.
Just as bad, if it's just as bad, and in maybe some senses worse over in Delphi with what happened in the Delphi case, in my opinion.
I was just thinking that, Dago.
And we have Karen Reed's situation going on. We had Kylie Rodney's situation that definitely doesn't fit that situation. I mean, there's so many of these cases, guys, that I look at this and go, really? How? It just how? What happened? Where? Why? And here we are. Another one. And this one is definitely, we've spent so much time in here that we look at these things now and go, why is this happening over here like this, and what happened over there like that, and how is this even being okay? Why is this okay, you guys? And I just don't understand it. I don't understand it.
I don't either. I don't know how in Lori Daybell's case that I don't even know if we're still. I waited all day for the verdict. I don't even think we've gotten it yet. I don't know. Have we?
I don't think so. No.
I mean, doesn't it just blow your mind, though, that they could get through that entire case and the 12 jurors who make the decision do not know her background and what she did to her children?
Right.
How does that make sense?
How is that? It doesn't.
How is that justice? It's just bizarre.
Well, I mean,
it's like you're trying to let them get away with, and you call it a fair trial, but no, someone's past like that does need to be brought to their attention for them to make a sound decision.
Sure. Yes, ma'am. And just like with Karen Reed's situation, that whole thing with her, the first series of events that happened, I'll say, when you watch the Sallyport video and you see how that went down, and you sit and go, what?
Mm-hmm.
Are you really? Come on.
It's terrifying. And I keep trying to tell people in comments on video, you guys, we really need to focus on Delphi, Karen Reed. I don't know if you all noticed, but as U.S. citizens, these cases will impact our rights that are being stripped away from us for the rest of our lives, our children's lives, our grandchildren's lives. This is so important. I'm not being a conspiracy theorist. I don't have a bunker out back. This is real and happening in front of our faces.
Yes, ma'am. Richard Allen just went to prison.
Oh my goodness. I pray for him every night. I respect all beliefs, but I pray for him every night. I can't believe what the torture they've put that man through.
No, right. And I misunderstood what you were saying. I thought you were talking about Karen Reed, the one that just yeah. She was
I was
found
talking
guilty.
about all of them, basically.
When you were talking about Lori Vallow and stuff, I mistook what you said.
Lori,
Sorry about that. My apologies. It's a mess, folks. The thing that scares the shit out of me, and I'll be honest with you, excuse the phrasing, but is the DNA situation with this, that how easily and how quickly that can happen to anybody.
Yes.
Anybody. That scares the absolute hell out of me.
How amazing that the company filed for bankruptcy right after this.
Mm-hmm.
It came out with BK and the Idaho 4. They filed for bankruptcy, and then the government buys them and all of your DNA that everyone submitted.
Amazing. It's amazing. You gotta love it. That's why I don't do those things. I don't hand my DNA out to nobody.
I didn't either, but I had a cousin who did. So not that I was planning on committing any crimes, but
sure.
Yes, I never will.
Nope, I get it completely. As soon as I started seeing that, I was like, yeah, I'm good. I was actually thinking about doing one of the is it ancestry.com or whatever, something
Ancestry,
like that.
23andMe, yeah.
Not doing it. Sorry, not doing it.
Nope, I did not either. I actually have been a phlebotomist and lab technician for a long time. That's someone who draws your blood.
My wife does.
And
yeah.
Oh, really?
She's
awesome.
She's a phlebotomist and a dialysis tech too. So.
Oh, God bless her.
Yeah.
That's so wonderful. Yeah, God bless her. But yeah, so we know, like, the blood tells all. And when all those 23andMe came out, I begged my cousin. I was like, why are you sending off your DNA to some company that's probably going to sell it to the government one day?
Or take it and put it, and commit a crime and throw it in there. You know what I'm saying? Hell, I don't know
Honest
anymore.
to God, Dango, it would be, you could ask your wife this, even if we drew someone's blood in a test tube that had no additive in it, quickly hurried to a crime scene and planted it there, it could happen. Say a phlebotomist was involved, like, I mean, anything's possible today.
Right, and anything is, and not even blood, folks. The case that caught my attention on this and completely flipped me upside down, and I never can remember the name, but there was a case, and I can't give you the exact details unless I'm reading it to you because it's been a while since I've seen it, about a paramedic that was working at a scene and transported a person to the hospital in a cot. And I know I'm going to screw this up, but it's around the realm of what I'm saying. And then went on to go to another job, per se, okay? And the DNA from one person ended up being transferred via the cot or something like that and ended up in a crime. And it was because they had transported that person in the ambulance to the hospital, and the DNA transferred from that sense, from the medical cot that they used to transport the victim, okay? And that person was looked at as a suspect in a murder, in a crime.
Wow.
That's insane to me right there. Okay. Because in EMS, you're supposed to clean everything down real good, but sometimes you don't always get to do that. And you may miss, that's it, Heather. Thank you. I always screw it up.
I mean, we are human.
Agreed. It was the pulse oximeter that you put on your finger to check your oxygen.
Oh,
that's
how
it
easy.
happened.
That I could see that happening. I mean,
and the guy was convicted too. Thank you, Heather.
He 100%. Was convicted guilty.
Absolutely. And here's the thing: working as a first responder, when you're done with a run, is what we called them. We wiped everything down with alcohol wipes, okay, and sprays that we have to kill all the germs and blood pathogens and all that kind of stuff. But that thing, you wipe it out. We always wiped those out with alcohol wipes and stuff like that. Okay, if you get rushed into another call, per se, after the fact, sometimes you miss stuff. You don't get to do it, and guess what happened? A man was convicted over something because of that type scenario.
That's
That
incredible. That's
that is
insane.
beyond.
Was it ever overturned? Did it ever
I don't know what the rest of the outcome.
how it went? That is wow.
I'd have to go back and read the whole thing again, but still, the point is it happened in the first place. That's insane to me. Absolutely insane. I know somebody in here probably knows if it was over. Okay, there it is. Heather always knows. Yeah, it was overturned. The point is, though, is that it ever happened,
Yes.
and that this person had to go through this situation. And I
That's
do believe
insane.
that he went to jail and stayed in jail for a period of time until it was finally.
And he's a first responder who saves people's lives.
The person was that he transported. It wasn't him himself. Okay, it's insane though. It's insane that can happen. That scares the death out of me.
Me too.
Absolutely scares me to death. So,
and for anyone who has children, the world we're leaving behind for them, if we let this continue, that's why I think this is so important. I've never physically protested in my life, physically. And for Delphi and this case and Karen Reed, if it's organized, I've already said I'm going to be there, because this is going to be a legacy we leave for so long that will impact our rights, our grandchildren's rights, our children's rights for the rest of forever.
Right.
We're going to be living in North Korea soon if we don't stand up to our government and say, hey, we know what's going on.
Well, that piece of paper that's hanging on the wall in Washington that says Constitution on it is becoming nothing. It's becoming nothing. It seems to be completely broken on a regular basis now. Okay. And if we just let these things go by the wayside, and you know how many people do that? There's so many people out there that say, well, the police arrested him. That must mean that he's guilty. End of story. Walk away. I don't care. But we have to care, folks. This is our country. We built this country. We have to keep it in good standing. Otherwise, like you said, we are going to soon become a communist country.
100%.
How to do it, and by who to do it by, without having a question to be asked about it at all. And that can't happen. We have to question these things.
100% agree, Dingo. And if they can make an entire town of Moscow be quiet, they're on their way to keeping all of us quiet. But I will tell everyone who's watching, whether you like me or not or whatever, but their biggest fear is the day that they can't make up some news story to divide us and we all unite. That is their one and only fear, is the day they can't divide us. Don't let them fool you. I guarantee soon, you guys, some huge eruption of drama to divide us is about to come out, or will before August.
They've been doing that for a long time.
Exactly. So let's stop playing into their game, because that is what they are scared of. They are scared of us as brothers and sisters uniting. Yep. But it's us against them. Like, it really is. And I know I sound very passionate and emotional tonight, but you know what? At this point, I am. The biggest
answer, you guys, here's my answer to this, and it's something I've lived by and I will always stay with. Most of the people in here have a critical thinking type of mind. Okay. We all are critical thinkers, or we wouldn't be having this conversation. Do not ever let that go. Do not ever let somebody force you to believe something that you don't feel comfortable believing, and continuously question things. Okay. If something doesn't look right, ask a question. If something is not comfortable with you, ask a question. There's questions for reasons. And the only dumb question that you ask is the one you don't ask about a situation like that, in my opinion. Okay. And that's facts, folks. We have to question everything.
That is such good advice.
You can't. You have to question.
I'm going to literally pass that along to my children. That's such good advice.
My adult children, I have done since they were kids. Even if it's an authority figure and you're not comfortable with what's going on and you don't like that situation, question it.
Absolutely.
You have
That's
that right.
Such good advice for anyone of any age.
Yeah, absolutely. You have that right. Yes, Steve. Even the guilter should want the truth. And that's what this is all about. That's why I get involved in this case, because I want real justice for these kids, their families.
Exactly.
That's all
We're
it
not
is.
sitting here rallying for a murder. Like
No.
no. Whether
Our
it's
channel,
BK or not, we want the truth.
that's right.
Period.
Absolutely. Our channel stands for, and platform stands for the truth and justice. And that's all it is, guys. I don't care if Brian Koberger did this or not. I don't.
Mm-mm.
I want to know if he did this or didn't do this. That's all. And that's what I question. So that's all there is to it, folks. You have to stand
Totally
for it.
agree. Thank you for having me up here,
Thank you
Dago,
for joining us
again.
today.
As usual, it's such a pleasure to talk to you. I do have to run for my little ones, but
Absolutely. Thank you
it's
for
always
joining me.
great to
Appreciate it.
watch you and when I get to come up and speak with you. Thank you so much for all that you do. Thank
Well,
you
thank
so
you.
much for getting the word out about these things. And I really just can't thank you enough for using your channel and platform to not spread more fictitious fear-mongering lies and actually get the truth out there. So I can't thank you enough.
Thank you. And thank you. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. So thank you so much for joining us and for being here and supporting
I'm
this channel.
so happy to be a meatball.
And we appreciate you so much, love. Thank you.
All right, everyone have a good night.
Take care, hon.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Awesome. Thank you so much, love. And Annie, thank you so much for joining us, Miss Potts. I appreciate that, guys. Please make sure, mods, that we put Miss Potts' link in the chat. We've gone a little over what I wanted to tonight, quite a bit over, but it's okay. It was a good conversation. But at that point, guys, I'm gonna have to say that's gonna do it for tonight. I really appreciate everybody's input. I'm sorry if I didn't get everybody's comments answered or questions answered or comments pointed out or stated. I apologize. A lot of people were in here, guys. That's why. So, but everybody in here, I see you. I appreciate you. And I really do truly love you guys for being here and supporting the channel. That's a fact, folks. So, guys, thank you once again for being here. Moderators, thank you so very much for being here and doing what you do. I couldn't do it without you guys. Anybody that did want to state that donated anything to support the channel, super chats, memberships, anything to the cash link, whatever it was, guys, we don't expect you guys ever to do that, but we absolutely appreciate it from the heart, because I wouldn't exist if it wasn't for that, guys, and it keeps me rolling. So thank you guys so very much. I see you, Dan. Thank you for joining us, brother. Other than that, guys, I hope you have a wonderful and amazing rest of your night. I will be here tomorrow for the morning show again. Have a great one, folks, and I will see you soon. Much love. Good night. God bless.
Typing at the speed of light, hunting down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data facts, sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Streaming loud and clear, cracking cases open, hearts filled with fear. These channels are beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the lights, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows he rises, streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story he pulls at the strings.